So, on this Thursday, the 17th of July 2025, taking place in County Hall, Usk. Do I have apologies for absence, please?
Councillor Stevens.
Sorry, I missed that. Councillor Maria Stevens.
Chair, I think Councillor Chandler as well.
Councillor Chandler, thank you.
Chair, I'm not too sure if Councillor Taylor can make it. She's not very well. She may be online, she may not be.
Okay, we'll do as and when on that one then. Yeah. Sorry, declarations of interest, please. No, right. Chair's announcements can be found online, and we move on to the minutes. Are you happy if I move acceptance of the minutes? I see no dissent, so we move the minutes of the previous meeting as accurate. Agreed. Right. And then on to item 5, which is reports. So the first report is on the Chepstow Integrated Transport Hub, and I call on Councillor Griffiths to speak to that, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. The Chepstow Transport Hub is a proposal developed before I became a councillor in 2022. It was my responsibility to resubmit the proposal just after taking my current role, resubmitting it alongside the Lough bids for Caldicot and Monmouth. All those bids were initially rejected by the UK government, but then late in 2023, the then Chancellor announced that the allocation would be made for the Chepstow Transport Hub. It has been some time since that announcement was made, and we have used the intervening period purposefully. We have negotiated with the UK government significant flexibilities in taking this scheme forward. We have an extended time frame, which will be useful in making best use of the funding. With the agreement of the UK government, we've extended the scope of the project. Initially, the project focused on bus routes and creating a space for buses to turn round in the constrained frontage of Chepstow Station. We have extended that remit to include possible funding for toilet facilities and a waiting room at the station. This reflects our ambition to make the station a hub for the town, a place where people are attracted, where it would be comfortable to actually switch from bus to train, from walking to train, from cycling to train. We identified the risk that the bus turnaround would result in less parking at the station. And therefore, the remit of the scheme now includes the potential to fund land acquisition, which may allow the bus turnaround to coexist with a retention of car parking spaces. The scheme will allow investment in safe walking and wheeling routes between the station and the town. The scheme will make the town and the station even more attractive for visitors to the town of Chepstow, and with the bus turnaround to locations such as Tintern and the Wye Valley. I've heard on several occasions that colleagues on the council would like the project to have been extended to include a new accessible bridge at Chepstow Station, a bridge which is very much needed. This was not and probably could not have been in the original bid. It is a reality that Network Rail in its programming, works to a timetable, like the train timetable, which is separate to anything else. And whilst we are lobbying Network Rail to make the investment in this bridge, we are unable to have any assurance that this will happen within the time frame of this project. Nevertheless, I have shared with you the extended flexibility of the scheme, and it is on this basis that I recommend to Council that we continue with the scheme and commit up to 1.4 million in match funding to the project. This funding will be required over a period of years, during which we will seek sources of funding which can complement any recourse to our own reserves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take questions. I've got one, I believe, from Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for introducing the report. I'll keep this fairly brief. I hope that the Council accepts the recommendations to progress this revised scheme in Chepstow. I've been a big supporter of the scheme since its origins in the last UK government, and this is very much needed in Chepstow. And I think we'll also be in complete agreement this public transport benefit, the improvement of facilities at Chepstow railway station and additional parking opportunities should just be the start of bigger things to come. I want to, as well, to see more campaigning for the delivery of the Burns report recommendations for South East Wales, and I hope that this administration is campaigning hard for this. Although, like my colleague Paul Pavia, Councillor Pavia, I am deeply disappointed that Network Rail is still in breach of the Disability Discrimination Act, as it hasn't addressed access to its westbound platform, which he mentioned at a meeting only last month. I hope that this council can work with them on this so that we can get some more positive news to coincide with this proposed improvement project. I appreciate how long it took Councillor Powell in her campaign for Abergavenny, and hope that it doesn't take as long for Chepstow, as it has been 5 years since the original announcement. That said, I can also see in the report it mentions High Beach roundabout. And remembering my question at last full council, when you confirmed that there wasn't a draft report, which could be shared with councillors, even though you referred to this report in a previous council meeting, imagine my surprise this week when I noticed in the South Wales Argus that following an invitation to yourself, to Transport Minister Ken Skates and the Transport for Wales, you all met at High Beach roundabout at Miss Fuchs' invitation, our local MP. And I quote, "The group visited the site to understand the latest developments, developing a new traffic model to test a range of solutions for easing the long-standing congestion problem. In the meantime, several short-term improvements are being considered, including improved traffic light controls, yellow box junctions, and potential lane realignment." Now that, to me, sounds like some kind of draft report, and certainly worthy of mentioning it to local councillors before your local MP, especially when this area is a devolved area and a devolution to the Senedd. So how can we have confidence in these major issues being dealt with when we are told one thing at full council and then quotes like this materialise from our local MP in the local newspapers? But like I said, I'm happy to endorse this Levelling Up Fund project today, but I would also like you to confirm whether or not there needs to be a statement at some immediate future on High Beach, or documents shown to local members so that we are not being kept in the dark. I think we'd also like to know who was invited to the workshop mentioned, which is planned for the end of July, which begins exploring these realistic options. But back to the Levelling Up Fund. The report actually mentions, I think it's in point 3.13, that there's been an ongoing discussions with UK government officials to seek their views on the inclusion of the additional projects and potential to reduce the match funding element from 30 to 20%. So can you also confirm that this extra 10%, if saved, hopefully it will be saved, will be spent on Chepstow projects if you hopefully succeed? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take other questions and points and allow Councillor Griffiths to sum up after we've had them all. So, Councillor Pavia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I thank the Cabinet Member for his paper and for the overview of the proposal. I think as one of the councillors representing Chepstow and someone who lives extremely close proximity to the station, I think it was the new Chief Officer, Craig O'Connor, who said about the magnificent Brunel development. I'm really lucky to live there myself. This is not just a professional issue for me. It does resonate deeply personally. I use the station very regularly, as do my family, and it does look to address a number of the transport challenges that many of us live with every day. However, I think to start my contribution, I think it's only right that we acknowledge the critical role that our former MP and Secretary of State David Davis played in helping to secure the initial funding, the 5.23 million from the previous UK government. He championed Chepstow's case at every level and was instrumental in helping to unlock this opportunity for the town, and he deserves our gratitude. As the Cabinet Member said, we are being asked to, as a council, to underwrite approximately 1.4 million in match funding across the 4 years. I think it's a great, in terms of deliberate investment, to ensure this project progresses and to ensure that the Chepstow station gets a number of key facilities to make it a modern station hub. And I'm glad the sort of intervening period with the election has given the Cabinet Member and officer colleagues the opportunity to expand the scope of the project to include the public toilets, hopefully an enclosed waiting space, EV charging points, and hopefully not just bike racks, but an area where we can have a suite of electric bikes that can be accessed on site. I think that would be really exciting. And these are common sense enhancements that certainly directly benefit residents and travellers alike. However, we also must confront what the scheme does not address, and that is the accessibility failure at Chepstow Station. And this is certainly not a criticism of the Cabinet Member. As he said, he sort of inherited this project, and he's tried very, very hard to make it work and ensure the best tangible outcomes for the project envelope. Yet, as Councillor Edwards said, it's 2025, we're 30 years since the Disability Discrimination Act was implemented and 15 years since the Equality Act, which superseded it, has been enacted. And yet disabled passengers still cannot access the westbound platform without trying to navigate what is impossible, really, a listed footbridge. This is not just outdated. Colleagues, this is unacceptable. It's well documented that Network Rail has underutilised the UK government's Access for All programme. In the last control period, 2019 to 2024, it only spent 284 million of the 383 million that it was allocated by the UK government, leaving it £99 million shortfall and at least 70 projects that were planned undone. Yet Network Rail continues to erect footbridges, like the recent one, the £8 million footbridge in Harlington near Luton, that still remains inaccessible. No one can use it. One might say this reflects a systemic failure, not a one-off oversight in relation to Network Rail. But we know what can be achieved. The improvement works at Abergavenny demonstrate what can be achieved when there's collective will is there. I think this council certainly has a duty to hold Network Rail and the Department of Transport to account, because the legal framework cannot be clearer. Reasonable adjustments must be made. Step-free access is not an option, it is mandatory. We should not be expecting passengers who want to travel westward, either to Cardiff or Newport or beyond, to travel to Lydney or Gloucester first to come back. And yet who's enforcing this? The Equality and Human Rights Commission, the body with the power to issue compliance notices under Section 33 of the Equality Act, has been notably silent on these rail access failures, not just in Wales, but across the UK. And for disabled people, who make up nearly 1 in 4 of the UK population, this silent abdication of responsibility is an insult. Mr. Chairman, I could go on venting my frustration against Network Rail, but I want to come back to the report. And I heard the Cabinet Member's contribution in terms of the step-free access would not be considered as part of this bid, but I would genuinely ask him to reflect on that. 2.4 if passed today, it will give the Cabinet member and officers a degree of delegated flexibility to look at this. He said himself at the question response he gave to me at the last council meeting that he looks enviously at the Network Rail land adjacent to the westbound platform. The access to the road, the access road to that land is there, it's in place. Yes, that land will need some remedial works, resurfacing, security works, but an accessible car park spaces could be created for wheelchair access and for those with younger children who require pushchair access. And I may be naive about the cost envelope for this work, but I'm sure it won't be anywhere near the £8 million that it cost to improve Abergavenny station and put in the new footbridge there. We're not asking for a new footbridge, we're asking for very simple access. 3.14 of the report talks about the potential value engineer of costs, which may potentially exceed forecasts. But surely this is an efficient solution without very high cost. This is surely the highest priority of the community in Chepstow, and we must try to look to deliver it. And I'll be interested, obviously, in the Cabinet member's response to that. And moreover, on the same point about value engineering, I think it's really important that officers should receive clear direction on value engineering from Chepstow residents, businesses and stakeholders like the Town Council, who must be informed about project costs so they can help prioritise elements of the project they want to see delivered or find more efficient co-produced solutions if budget constraints prevent delivery of all elements of the project. Regarding acquisition of third-party land for park and ride scheme, I think it's essential first that we look thoroughly to evaluate all potential partnership opportunities, particularly considering the parking facilities available at the racecourse. I'm sure the public would see it as eminently sensible to secure a cost-effective collaboration with someone like the racecourse before committing any project funds toward purchasing additional land. So, Mr. Chairman, to conclude, I support the recommendations, but in relation to 2.4, as I said, I would implore the Cabinet member that he re-examines the accessibility issue with Network Rail to see whether full accessibility at the station can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Louise Brown, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support the comments that have been made by Councillor Edwards and Councillor Pavia. Just a very quick point to say I did appreciate being offered the opportunity to have the member seminar on this particular matter, and I was pleased to see that there was a potential for the C1 bus to possibly extend between the bus station and the train station for a number of bus services. The only question that I would like to have answered is the one that Councillor Edwards raised. Will the same invitation be offered to local members to the workshop that is due at the end of July on the High Beach roundabout that we found out just from local newspapers? Thank you.
Right, sorry, Councillor. Right, I think that's all the questions. Yes, not missed anybody. Right, Councillor Griffiths, would you like to reply?
Thanks very much, and thanks everyone for their support for the recommendations. I very much welcome all that's been said about the lack of access for people with different abilities at Chepstow Station. I will ensure that in our continuing lobbying of Network Rail, we will refer to all the statements that have been made by councillors at this meeting in adding to the case for Network Rail bringing forward accessibility to that station. Took a keen interest in what Councillor Pavia and Councillor Edwards said about possible significant interim measures. And what I would like to arrange would be a meeting with all local councillors, perhaps at Chepstow Station, where we can explore any intervening measures that might take place. Councillor Brown referred to the briefing that we had, where we were able to explain the potential priorities we would give for buses actually coming to the station. The sensible priority seemed to me to be to include the Monmouth, Tintern, Chepstow bus coming to the station. That will very much add to the tourist potential of those areas. I think that would be a high priority. And Councillor Brown also recalled that we have in essence, a local shuttle bus already going around Chepstow from the hospital to Bulwark down to Tesco. It would be a simple extension to actually get that C1 to come into the station as well. So those would be the priorities there. We had a workshop last week in the town of Chepstow to look at the walking, wheeling, active travel connections in and around the town to the station. Councillor Brown was able to attend that workshop, and that work will continue. There were references to the Burns recommendations. They, in some ways, are separate, and as a council and as a cabinet, we are continuing to lobby hard, and I believe effectively, in bringing forward those recommendations, including the mega station, to fruition. Reference was made. It wouldn't be a council meeting if there wasn't a reference to High Beach Roundabout. There was a meeting between the Welsh Government Minister convened by our MP. I went along to that meeting, but I did not in any way ask for it or convene it. I used the opportunity to press on the Cabinet member that the progress through the WELTAG process is unjustifiably slow, and that he needs to use his input to actually push for that to come to a speedier conclusion. As it begins to reach conclusions, and it's reached nothing like the sort of conclusions you saw in the press report. I wish it had, but it hasn't. But as it reaches to some meaningful proposition, what I've said, and I'll say again, is that all local members will be invited to understand, comment upon, and seek to influence those proposals as they emerge. Continue to do that. But for today, it is the Chepstow Transport Hub. I'm pleased for the support for that and look forward to continuing, all of us, to work to make a success of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me. Right, we'll now move to vote on the report.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask one little point about, I mentioned about the actual funding, the levelling up fund amount, and my question was, obviously we are agreeing on that today, yes or no, and I mentioned that you're looking into a possible 10% saving of the match funding, and my question was, could you confirm if this extra 10% will be spent on Chepstow projects if you hopefully succeed in getting that reduced match funding rate? So in other words, you've saved 10%, can that be spent on Chepstow projects if we agree this full amount today?
Right, you happy to take that? Councillor Griffiths, yeah?
I think what I'd like to do, if Councillor Edwards is willing, is to have a conversation with Councillor Edwards with our relevant officers just to check the flexibilities, and we've got a shared understanding on that.
Thank you, Chair.
If I may, Councillor Edwards, I think that was a perfectly appropriate answer. It's not in Councillor Griffiths' gift to make the commitment that you've just asked for. It will be a separate and subsequent consideration, I think, for this council.
Thank you for the explanation.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Right, we'll now move to vote on this report. There are 4 strands to the recommendation, which you've got on your agendas. We'll take them all as one. So, is there any dissent against accepting the recommendations? No, can we take that as passed? Oh, no, hang on. Oh, right. Yes, there's actual vote on the chat then, so we can take this, please. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yep, that's been massively carried. So we'll move on, having accepted that report, to the second report. And this one is from, if I can find it, I've got it somewhere. This is from Will McLean on the children and young people. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. As we rapidly approach the end of the 2024-2025 academic year, this is an opportune time for me to look back at the last administrative year and some aspects of the summer term, and I'm really pleased to be able to present my Director's report to Council today. I want to take this opportunity to reflect on our progress, acknowledge the challenges that we face and that we continue to face, but also to share our ambitions for the year ahead. Hopefully, you will see that this report is not just a summary of data. It's a story of the collective effort across the local authority and all of our schools and settings, and of course, the number of the efforts of over 1,000 staff who work in those schools and settings every day to build a fair, ambitious and inclusive education system in Monmouthshire. This report is a key part of the framework of our evaluation and strategic planning every year. It's a key part of the accountability framework that exists. I was reflecting just yesterday how that term has in many ways unfortunately taken on a slightly pejorative sense around accountability and the notion of being held to account. I see this opportunity of giving account of our system as nothing but positive. We carry a very significant responsibility in educating, supporting and caring for our children and young people, and it's right that we share that work with you as councillors. It sits alongside the evaluative activities that are undertaken at a corporate level and that you will hear about in upcoming meetings. Across Wales in the last year, the implementation of the middle tier review has been a challenge for all local authorities, and within Gwent, Monmouthshire was no different. We, alongside our colleagues in Newport, Blaenau Gwent and Torfaen County Borough Council, took a decision to retain our participation in a regional collaboration. I believe that this decision will be vital to our future success. As a small local authority, it provides us with an architecture and infrastructure that we simply could not afford if we decided to go alone. But alongside this work, we've seen local developments that illustrate a desire for our local system to fulfil the ambition of becoming a self-improving system. I am hugely pleased that recently our 4 secondary schools have committed to a formal partnership board, the Monmouthshire Secondary Schools Partnership, which will look at 5 specific priorities in the coming year. Those priorities are the preparation for the new wave of Key Stage 4 examinations, to look at how we secure peer review across our secondary schools, to consider how we promote greater inclusivity in our workings in our schools, to improve the attendance of secondary school learners, and to secure improvements in the financial standings of our 4 schools. And alongside this, we've also seen the establishment of the Monmouthshire Education Leadership Group, made up of a group of head teachers, local authority staff, and a range of partners to secure improvement across the board. And this collaboration on both a horizontal and a vertical plane is what we will build our future ambitions upon. Internally, this year has marked the transition to the new Children, Learning Skills and Economy Directorate. It has been a significant step in aligning education with economic opportunity, in which I hope will become a virtuous cycle. But I also want to note here that we will continue to hold and cherish the range of opportunities for personal growth and development that schools provide to all of our learners in a range of areas: sport, the creative arts and community life. And next year, I hope that this report will be able to reflect those wider ambitions of the new directorate. Whilst these structural changes, both within Monmouthshire and within our regional context, our core purpose remains unchanged: to advocate for our children and to ensure that they have the best possible start in life. In drafting this report, along with my colleagues, I always have in my mind that there are a series of biases that affect us all, and I'm always conscious of the risk of optimism bias or looking too positively at things. But I do think it's really important that we recognise the strengths that exist and the areas of developing practice that give us confidence for the future. This report highlights the fact that in external examinations, our schools continue to perform well above national averages in key indicators, and predominantly perform well above their expected modelled outcomes as well. I have not offered in the report the same level of detail about Key Stage 5, this being a non-statutory phase of learning, as I have about Key Stage 4, but to reassure the Chamber that our learners do very well at Key Stage 5 as well, and are successful in securing higher education pathways or increasingly pursuing degree-level apprenticeships. I think really pleasingly, attendance in our primary schools is recovering well post-pandemic, with many schools now exceeding 95% attendance. Our secondary schools have also made improvements in the recent academic year, and the latest full set of data before years 11 and 13 have left for their examinations showed that the 4 secondary schools now have attendance above 90%. Throughout the year, Eston inspections have highlighted strong leadership, well-being provision and curriculum development in many of our schools. This is good evidence that the ongoing work with our partners in the EAS to ensure that we know our schools well and are able to provide the right amount of support and challenge to them is effective. The opening of King Henry VIII 3-19 school as Wales's first operationally net zero carbon school has been a real success. It was one of those moments when you stop and you look back and think back to the submission of the strategic outline plan in 2017 to reflect on the period of time that large-scale investment takes to come to fruition. But I think anyone who's visited the school would only reflect on the success of that endeavour and the size and the commitment that Council has made to the education of children and young people in Abergavenny. We've made progress in supporting Welsh medium education, particularly with the opening of Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy in Monmouth, and we have secured significant funding from Welsh Government to launch a fully resourced and comprehensive STEM learning programme across all of Monmouthshire's schools. I think one point I'd like to draw out is that systemically we have developed a really successful approach in how we support some of our most vulnerable learners. Last year when this report was submitted to you, you would have seen that we had 22 permanent exclusions. This was the high point, certainly of my duration and tenure as Director of Education. Those 22 were the culmination of 43 referrals for permanent exclusion. This year, we've only had 22 referrals for permanent exclusion, and none of those have been upheld. So we've had no permanent exclusions. This isn't because we've changed the threshold for how we think about behaviour, but it's because we now have a coherent and supportive structure that allows early identification and work with those young people and schools. It should be noted, though, and I hope councillors have seen in the report, that this does bring to bear a pressure on our pupil referral service as well. We always seek to be an inclusive education system because we believe that all learners will benefit from this. However, it does bring challenges, but under our practice, under the Additional Learning Needs and Education Tribunal Act, we are seeing more of our children educated in mainstream schools and remaining closer to their homes and their communities. However, at the same time, we are seeing levels of demand that are far greater than pre-pandemic, and this is both in terms of the breadth of demand that children are bringing to the classroom, but also in the very acute nature in some of the presentations that we see. There is a challenging balance to strike as we try to maintain pupils in their mainstream schools, but not to disturb the learning opportunities for the other pupils and children in their classes. However, within our inclusion and well-being work, we have seen significant steps take forward with regards to the autism work we're using, and the creation of the Monmouthshire Autism in Schools and Settings work is truly transformative in embedding inclusive practice across our schools. ELSAs, Emotional Literacy Support Assistants, are a vital part of how schools respond to the needs of learners every single day, and we're really proud that we have supported those ELSAs in every school across Monmouthshire. We've strengthened our approach to emotionally based school avoidance and trauma-informed practice through a range of training initiatives that have been delivered and developed across all of our schools. And our children who have been looked after are now better supported than they have been in the past. We've also developed significant amounts of work to address the issues and the challenges of racism in our schools. And a particularly positive model of this is the Caldecott cluster of primary schools and the secondary school, who have looked in depth this year at their own responses to racism and how they best can tackle it within their own community. But you will see in the report that there are some new and emerging challenges that I wanted to draw to your attention. The first is the growth and the prevalence of harmful sexual behaviours, particularly amongst primary age children. And the second has been the emergence of more children either bringing bladed items into school or discussing and threatening other children with bladed items. And these are both areas of significant concern that we have had to address in a meaningful way in the past year. So as I go on to think about the challenges and risks that we do face, I think it would be very fair to say that our secondary attendance, despite those recent improvements up above 90%, remains a concern. And this is particularly for those children who are eligible for free school meals. Our fixed-term exclusions are rising, especially for behaviours which have been linked to trauma and sometimes to unmet additional learning needs. And amongst our younger children, we are seeing behaviours that are more acute. We are developing systems and structures to provide support, but it remains a systemic issue across all public service partners, not just local government, but also the NHS. And we will look to accelerate our thinking in this area in the autumn term. As I've mentioned, ALN demand continues to grow, and while we've reduced our out-of-county placements, the pressure on local provision is increasing. Now, it's been arguments which have been well rehearsed around school budgets and the pressures that they face. They are significant, but recent investment has improved the situation. We will have to continue to be vigilant in this area. Some members in the Chamber will have recently been party to discussions about surplus places and how we manage our surplus places, particularly in Monmouth and in Chepstow. This is a strategic challenge for us and one we will have to consider carefully in the future. Linked to falling roles is the challenge of providing good post-16 learning and education across our 4 secondary schools. This will be a part of a focus for our work in the coming year. And finally, an area which is of concern is the increasing number of children who become NEET, not in education, employment or training. After a period of very stable and low numbers of children who are NEETs, we have seen a rise in the past year. Whilst I'm hopeful that this is a one-off in the year, I am also confident that the work that the new directorate, linking together skills, economy and education, will be able to provide will see this reduce in the future. I'm sure some councillors, particularly those on the Performance and Overview Committee, will have had a chance to see the authority's self-assessment for last year. A learning place was rated as 4, or good. The challenge for us now is to understand specifically what moving from a 4 to a 5 looks like, and to plan the interventions and the actions to allow that to happen. I believe that the report highlights those areas that will require continued focus and attention, and I'm confident that the regional and local partnerships that we are seeing embed across our work will allow that progress to take place. We will maintain our focus on standards, closing the attainment gap, and promoting well-being for all learners. Our strategic goals, as set out on pages 9 and 10, will provide a common language and framework for the whole system. But we must remain vigilant about funding and ensuring that our ambitions are matched by sustainable investment within what we will all recognise as being a highly challenging period of public sector funding. It is an old adage that there is nothing more consistent than change, and in many ways this year has seen more change than many other years. For the people who work in our system are vital to its success, and I would like to take this opportunity to recognise the contribution that a number of people that are leaving the schooling system at the end of this academic year have made over a sustained period of time. Helen and Steve King are retiring from Llantilio Patholi and the Dell School. Mike Goff is finishing his career with us in Goitra, Sally Ann Wright at Kimmin View and Llandogo, and Cathy Edmonds at Undy Primary School. In the CYP Directorate, Kevin McDermott steps down as the Vulnerable Learners Lead, and Kath Saunders, after 38 years with Monmouthshire, and the culmination of which being the opening of the new school in Abergavenny, retires tomorrow. And of course, during the year, our Cabinet member, Councillor Grocott, stood down, and Councillor Wright took his place. I'd just like to thank all of them for their contributions in the past year. None of the progress that this report cites would have been possible without the dedication of our school leaders, teachers, support staff, my colleagues in Monmouthshire and our partners in the AS. It's been a privilege to work with such a committed team. And if I could leave councillors with one key takeaway from today's paper, it would be this. Monmouthshire has a vital and flourishing early years and education system that supports over 11,000 children and young people every day. Our work is focused on ensuring that the very best that we see is seen everywhere across the system, that our aspirations are never lowered and our ambitions are consistently high. Of course, there are challenges, but I'm now more assured that there is a cohesion and congruence across all parts of our system to secure further improvement. Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you, Will, and I'm sure we'd all like to be associated with the comments you made, thanking those members of staff who had given so many years to the cause of education in Monmouthshire. I'm intending to take the questions, if it's right with you, Will, in blocks of 3, yep, and then take a second block and so on, because there might be quite a lot that councillors want to ask here. So the first question is Councillor Howarth, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to members. Good afternoon, Will, and thank you for your annual report. Very important for us as council. And secondly, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to Kath Saunders. I've known Kath for many, many years, as been coming up through the council in her different roles, so I wish her well. The other individuals I'm not too sure of, but I wish them well as probably most of the council here, or all the council do, in their retirement or in their new projects, whatever leads them to what they want to do. I wish them all well. Secondly, I'd like to wish all our young people and children a great summer, and making sure that they stay safe and have some fun and get back in September to some hard work and delivering what this council does best in delivering for our young people and supporting them as well. We mustn't forget that sacrifices are made in this council for education. It's one of our second budget highest within this council, so sacrifices are made. Money has to come from somewhere. I'd just like to ask you one one question, Will, and it goes back to some months ago now. We did talk about homeschool tutoring, homeschool learning, etc. The answer we had was there are lots out there, but there are lots out there as well in Monmouthshire which we don't know about. Did we do any work on that in these last months on trying to collect more data on that? Because that's so important, not on their education as well, on their well-being, making sure that they are having a healthy meal at home or whatever, or they are being taught, let's say. I'd just like to know what we're going to do about that, and have we done any more work on it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And sorry, it's Councillor Edwards next, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Will, for presenting the report to Council. No doubt this report will be nodded through, but it is a report that not only fills one full of pride, but also frustration at the same time. Although I've raised several questions to Cabinet members in my relatively short time as a councillor in the interest of Chepstow residents, it's always pleasing to read again whenever Chepstow School has such a glowing report. For instance, in your report for the Eston Review, it didn't require any follow-up and had 2 spotlights on strong aspects of its work highlighted within the written report. And this was given an excellent write-up in the local newspapers. In regard to their GCSEs in last year's examinations, students on average performed approximately half a grade better in every subject compared with their peers in the family of schools. In fact, looking at the data in this report demonstrates how far Chepstow School has come in the last 5 years, which is testament to the last 2 head teachers and staff of the school, who have turned around the cultural and academic fortunes of the school, which have, in turn, inspired the pupils attending to better themselves. Now, this is why I've become frustrated in the responses to my questions in the past on the fabric of the school and its future under the Sustainable Communities for Learning programme, which this administration must now fully understand. This report covers Chepstow's educational future in 222 words that say very little in the scheme of things. Just think of what it could have said if this administration started the process on time and submitted its programme by March 2024 as originally intended, not over a year late. Now, although I was unable to attend the update meeting you kindly arranged, Will, with other local councillors only a few days ago, I would hope that the Cabinet member can make a statement to full council on the development of the programme in the near future, perhaps early next academic term, and I very much look forward to that. So thank you, Will, for your report, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor John, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Will, thank you very much for that report. I have got quite a few questions, I'm afraid. I'll take them in turn. First of all, on school buildings, we were delighted to see the completion of the King Henry 3-19 school. Our group made 4 visits during the build, and every time it was just so impressive to see the investment that was being made. Like you, I'd like to thank all the officers who have contributed, as well as the contractors, to that project, but really must single out Kath Saunders for the fantastic contribution she has made through the life of that project. I remember standing in this chamber announcing the outline business case proposal back in 2017. It feels like quite a long time ago, but and as you say, she's retiring tomorrow, and she leaves with our best wishes and our congratulations on a fantastic project, well delivered. And there will be children who will benefit from her work, who will perhaps never know of her, but she's made a fantastic contribution. I'd also like to thank all the head teachers you mentioned who are retiring. Again, many of those I recall working really closely with when I was the Cabinet member, including Sally Ann Wright, who was the head teacher at one of the federations we delivered, ensuring that our school system is as sustainable as possible. When our last major school project, Monmouth and Caldecott, were completed in 2018 and 2019, respectively, we had already submitted the outline business case for our Tranche B project, Abergavenny. it does feel, as Councillor Edwards was just saying, like we're in a bit of a vacuum at the moment, that we understand from the report, we're looking at a cross-party committee that's going to be set up to look at Chepstow. But what's the timeline for that project? And when can we expect Cabinet to be in a position to bring something forward on that? The paper also seems to link the Chepstow secondary project with the issue of surplus places. So is this one piece of work, or can we expect proposals sooner looking at surplus places in the Chepstow cluster? I appreciate you just mentioned Monmouth. There wasn't any mention in the paper of surplus places in the Monmouth cluster, but I did see the tweet from Councillor Chandler back in February referring to a briefing that the Cabinet had had about the problem of surplus places in that cluster. So when can we expect a report on that issue? The administration inherited a strong school system where we hadn't shied away from making difficult decisions to secure the long-term future of our schools. So really interested to hear that. On the point about Welsh language, recognise the success of Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy. Do you agree that the school is located where it needs to be? It's right in the critical mass of housing developments in Monmouth, where it can attract the largest cohort of pupils. I think it's significantly improved parental choice in Monmouth and surrounding communities. In terms of ensuring that equitable choice throughout the county, though, can I ask the Cabinet member whether she could lobby Welsh Government? Because it's always seemed to me bizarre that if you want to increase Welsh medium capacity, Welsh Government will dish out as much money as you want to make schools bigger, and indeed Ysgol y Ffin benefited from money to increase capacity there a couple of years ago, even though there were quite significant surplus places. Yet parts of Ysgol y Ffin do look a bit tired and could do with some investment, and it just seems bizarre that Welsh Government won't make Welsh medium a more attractive option that way. Looking at school deficits, the administration inherited a school estate with a significant surplus of some £4 million. In just under 4 years, this picture has changed quite considerably now, with 15 schools in deficit, projected to rise to 20 next year, and a combined deficit of £4 million, projected to rise to nearly £7 million by the end of the next financial year. And of course, these figures could have been even worse had the administration gone ahead with a proposed £1 million cut they proposed to individual school budgets last year, had they not been saved by a last-minute cash injection from the previous UK government. What is the Cabinet doing to get a grip of this problem? And can you confirm whether schools are going to be cutting what's likely to be the only option open to them, which is one-to-one support for vulnerable pupils? We know that schools spend about 90% of their budgets on staffing. So when they've got difficult recovery plan decisions to make, that one-to-one support is more often than not the target of cuts. Looking at school attendance, welcome the improvement, particularly at primary level, but at secondary, our schools really are struggling to return to pre-pandemic levels. During the pandemic, of course, the Welsh Government sent a message to students and parents that attending school wasn't really important. They kept schools closed for much longer than other parts of the UK. So it's no surprise that we're now paying the price for that. I'm especially concerned about attendance. You mentioned a 90% average at our 4 secondary schools. But of course, for pupils who are eligible for free school meals, there is a significant deficit. So attendance for free school meal pupils is 75.8%. That's nearly 5% below the Welsh average. We've always prided ourselves here that, partly because of the demographics, that our education system has overperformed compared to the Welsh average, but 5% below. So that means the poorest pupils in Monmouthshire are missing a quarter of their education. They will will not be able to perform well in examinations at that level of absence, and their projected career earnings will inevitably suffer. They are more likely to grow up in a life of poverty because of such chronically low attendance. So what interventions is the council making, and do you think this is enough to improve those figures? Really concerned about the points you made about behaviour. Fixed-term exclusions are on the rise. They've doubled in 2 years, with a high number of repeat exclusions, suggesting it's a small number of children who are disrupting the education of others. Particularly concerned to see that rise in extreme incidents, with a doubling of peer-on-peer harmful sexual behaviour and a doubling of weaponised incidents and assaults on staff, particularly in secondary schools. We should take a zero-tolerance position on these incidents, and I'd be grateful for your thoughts on that, please. On a related point, can I welcome the position that the 4 secondary schools have taken on the issue of mobile phones, banning mobile phones in schools. We know the links between mobile phones, social media, and conflict, bullying and distraction in the classroom. On standards...
Councillor, can I ask you to start to come to a close? I know on scrutiny we often get... and I've said Councillor Neil will confirm it. You get restricted to 3 questions. I've counted 8 at the moment from you. So if we'll give you one more, shall we? And then otherwise
But you have presented a report to us about something that represents nearly a third of the council's expenditure. That's tens of millions of pounds every year. You know, I think we can afford to spend.
I accept that. I also know we've got 46 councillors, any of you might want to ask questions. Yeah. So
okay.
You only get 10 minutes anyway, and you've had about...
Okay, well, we just wasted a minute of it. Okay, noted, thank you. On standards, particularly concerned about the divide between children who are eligible for free school meals and non-FSM children. That is still too wide. So what steps are being taken to tackle that, please? And note the concern you raised about NEETs. I won't ask about that, but I do share those concerns, and also the general point about how we have confidence that the economy element of your directorate gets the same attention from the council that it did previously. I noted the concerns on the front page of the Monmouthshire Beacon yesterday about concerns that high street traders have, that the council isn't listening to concerns they have about the viability of their businesses. So, to draw to a close, Chair, well, sorry, we're asking the strategic director for economy and education about a report he's presented.
Yeah,
I don't think. Thank you. If it's on the front page of the local paper that all the businesses in Monmouth are
through the chair, please. Let's not interrupt, please. Okay, I'll deal with that. If nothing else, it messes up my stopwatch if you interrupt.
So to come to a close, Chair. We share a number of the concerns that you've identified in your report. We welcome the progress on results, collaboration between schools, but we do share those concerns about inclusion, attendance, violence, budget instability, and vulnerable learner outcomes. So I leave those questions with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, a lot there for you, Will. So we'll leave that to you, and then we'll come back for other questions.
Thank you, Chair. Starting with Councillor Howard's questions regarding those children who are electively home educated. We do an awful lot to support our children who are electively home educated, and I think that's identified within the report. With regards to how we identify children who we might not know about, so there is a group of children where there is potential that they have never been part of our schooling system. So children who have been schooled in the independent sector, have never been to a primary school before they transfer to an independent secondary school, would not be known to us. We are part of a pilot with Welsh Government that is looking at bringing the two key data sets together, the pupil data set and the health data set, that will allow us to understand that group of children. We'll understand the children that we work with on a regular basis to ensure that they are safe and undertaking meaningful education at home. And if there is a difference between those two lists, we'll be able to find those children and support them. It's a really important part of our safeguarding role. So there is a lot of work ongoing in that space, and that's led by our head of our Education Welfare Service, along with our specialist resource around those children who are electively home educated. With regard to Councillor Edwards' questions, I would completely agree that the report that we saw in Chepstow following their recent inspection was hugely pleasing and is testament to the work that's been undertaken in the school by the head teachers, but also by those agencies and individuals who have supported the school to see those levels of improvement. And we have seen, over time, schools find themselves in periods of difficulty, and we see in those instances the difference that really clear leadership and clarity around what improvement looks like can make to those schools when they are improving. With regards to the future and the Sustainable Communities for Learning, I think that I'm sure that in the autumn term we'll be bringing to Cabinet and through the select process our considerations for the Sustainable Communities for Learning next rounds. We have undertaken a lot of work in that area already to consider what is viable. The member seminar or discussion for those councillors in the Chepstow area that we held on Monday this week, I think was really, was really useful in framing the challenges that we face. We have a significant number of surplus places in both primary and secondary. New schools cost an awful lot of money, and framing how we best invest in Chepstow and thinking about the consequence and the timing of that investment will be very important for the council as it goes forward. I'll now turn to Councillor John's question, I suspect, it's probably plural. In terms of the, I would completely concur with the contribution that Kath has made to the development in Abergavenny, and it's been outstanding. I've just made reference to our work on Chepstow and the timeline I expect to see that met with in the future. We do have two clusters where there are significant numbers of surplus places, Chepstow and Monmouth. Both carry surplus places in the primary phase of about 200 pupils, maybe a little bit more, and that is a significant challenge. It's a significant challenge because in both clusters we're also seeing falling live birth rate data from Aneurin and Bevan, and we're also seeing the housing development, even taking into account what we hope may well come through in the replacement local development plan, not in kind of bringing sufficient numbers of children to make a material difference to the number of surplus places that exist. We are working, and we will continue to work in a very open way with those communities to make sure that the challenges are understood and shared. It does link to the challenges for Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy. As members will be aware, this was established as a seedling school. The premise of a seedling school is that you establish it and the school then grows over time to become an established school in the future. We have been really grateful to the governors and the leadership in Over Mono Primary School who have worked with us in establishing that seedling school. It is a key part of our strategic planning in and around the Monmouth area to consider what the best solution is for Ysgol Trefynwy and how do we manage the surplus places in the cluster at the same time. I think It will be a complex and challenging period of time as we work through what the potential options are. There are no decisions made as yet. There are no formalised proposals as yet. We want to work with the 4 schools. We want to work with the community in Monmouth to make sure that we come to a position that is reasonable, very well informed, and one that we are able to advance. The flexibilities afforded within the Welsh School Organisation Code are limited, and we need to make sure that we get our proposals right before we start that formal process. I think my report and my commentary recognises the concerns that Councillor John has raised around the deficit positions in our schools. I think what I would say is that we are working exceptionally closely with our schools, that in the work that we've undertaken with the Cabinet members for both finance and education, we have sought to find a recovery route which is pragmatic and allows those schools to continue to offer a wide education to its learners without having to take draconian and immediate reductions in staffing numbers. That's what we've been trying to do, to find that balance as we have progressed over time. It is a challenge. Schools know it is a challenge. I talked in my comments today about the 4 secondary schools coming together. 3 of those 4 secondary schools are involved in an innovative programme of work where their business managers look at benchmarking costs of courses, costs of class, to understand how we can look at harmonising some of those approaches across the 4 schools in seeking to drive efficiencies in that way. Of course, and councillors will be aware, the decisions about how any school deals with its budget position is a decision for the governing body itself. We work very closely with our schools in terms of how we support learners with additional learning needs. The model of one-to-one support is not a model that we would advocate in all circumstances, although I would recognise that there will be some where it is necessary. So this should not be a process whereby children who have needs have their support removed from them. This should be a considered approach over time that brings schools back to a balanced budget position. You're absolutely right, Councillor John. The attendance of children who are eligible for free school meals in secondary schools is not where we need it to be. It's been recognised by Eston in one of our secondary schools inspections, and that's why the schools themselves, working with the local authority, have identified it as a key risk. I would say that the challenges we now have in returning children to school are far more significant than they have been in the past. I think I make note of it in the report. As one colleague director referred to, it's not emotionally based school avoidance. For many young people, it's emotionally based life avoidance. Simply actually getting them to leave their house at all is a significant challenge because of the very significant mental health issues that some of our young people have at the moment. With regard to what we are doing to support that, we have an engaged and very thorough team of education welfare officers. This has been supplemented in year by the development of family liaison officers funded through grant from Welsh Government. We have one EWO and one FLO in each of our clusters, and they work closely with the schools to understand what actions have been taken to bring those children back to school, and where more significant interventions are required, that's when those handovers take place to the local authority. Our graduated response for how we manage attendance is included in one of the appendices of the report. I would not in any way set the gap of performance between those children who are eligible for free school meals and those who are not eligible for free school meals. It's been a challenge for us for many, many years. I think what the report does draw out is that the performance of children who are eligible for free school meals in Monmouthshire is higher than children who are eligible for free school meals in the rest of Wales. So comparatively to their equivalent populations, they are performing in a higher level. The gap remains too wide, and we will have to address that. And one of the ways in which we will address that is by working really hard to get the children back into school, because the amount of school that some children are missing is simply too much. I would agree about the benefits of the mobile phone position. It's really pleasing to see an initiative that has come from the schools and is very much of the schools, but I think that the way in which they have corralled around that and adopted it, not only in secondaries but also in primaries, has been hugely positive, and I think it's right that the schools have received plaudits for that. And to your final point regarding the high street and the breadth of my portfolio of services now. It's an area that we've been working on. I think it was brought sharply into focus when we had the fire in Abergavenny earlier this year. I think from that, and working with Councillor Griffiths, we've been working with each of the towns to think about how we can more systemically engage on a local basis where the engaging is meaningful and relevant to each of the towns themselves. I expect my colleagues, both within the CLSE Directorate, but also working with Craig in his directorate to really make meaningful impacts in those areas in the coming time. I hope that's all of those questions addressed.
Right, we're getting nods, so that's a yes. We'll move on to our next block of questions. I've got Councillor Bond. Now, Councillor Easton, you had your hand up. Are you still wishing to ask? Right, so that's a yes, is it? So we'll put you in after Councillor Bond? Yeah, okay. And then it will be Councillor Thomas. So Councillor Bond, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Will, for the report, and to all the teachers and staff, support staff, for all their work during this academic year, and hope they all have a good break. So I've got some questions that I raised at the performance and overview scrutiny, but unfortunately I wasn't able to get answers because there was nobody to answer at that time. So sorry if I bring those up as well. So it's great that there's an increase in ELSA, which is emotional and literacy support assistance. There's now 78. I wonder how many there are in each area, and you've just trained 14 more, which is fantastic. So I wonder how they're used. Are they used reactively? I know I've mentioned this a number of times before, but do we have social and emotional learning intrinsic to school activities for all students, for preventative work rather than just reactive work? That's one question. Free school meals just been mentioned, but it was 72% was the uptake, was the figure given at the report, self-assessment report, and that they were looking at barriers to uptake, and wonder what those barriers been up. Has anything been concluded so far? Is 72% good enough? I wonder if, and as I go through this, I wonder if it links to exclusions, it links to attendance, it links to behaviour, it might be, linking to a number of things. I'm not suggesting that all the behaviours with people who take up free school meals, obviously, but the use of the uptake of meals is might be indicative of people not having good nutrition. So what's the learning from that, please? There's a flying start, increase in numbers, and this is a question from P&O. Where's that increase, please? And have we got enough flying start spaces, please, or places? As you said on page 39, you highlighted yourself, it's very concerning. Sexual misconduct increase, and also the physical behaviour increases. And I wonder, is there increase in misogynistic behaviour and casual language and actions in schools, and what's being done, please? Because I know it's a societal thing that we all need to be more aware of. And the other area was that permanent exclusions in the self-assessment report suggested that it had gone up from 10 to 22, but you've just said that there were none. So there's a slight discrepancy, or perhaps I misunderstood between the two. So really, are all these things linked? That young people are not perhaps understanding their development and that impact on their behaviour and understanding themselves. And of course, the other side is that knowing their boundaries. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And next up was Councillor Easton then.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report, Will. My question really is about the Welsh medium education. You don't mention the Ysgolion Ffin in your report, but there's been significant pressures on the Ysgolion Ffin over the past number of years, as you're aware, and I'm concerned that the provision of Welsh education south of the county should be a priority, and also the aspects of sorry, I got a croaky throat, and the aspects of the immersion classes which we got there because of the problems we got at the school at the moment, and the cabinet members are aware of some of them. A commitment that we've got, a commitment we've given to really impress the support for Welsh medium education in the south of the county.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Thanks. Diolch Cadeirydd, and diolch Will am y adroddiad. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Will, to a very comprehensive report that you've just given. I just want to touch on the issues regarding Welsh medium education, particularly in terms of Ysgol Cymraeg Tryfynwy. As you rightly said, started as a seedling school, and back in 2023, just before as it was coming to open in 2024, we had 3 children on register, on roll. 18 last September started, which was phenomenal, and now for September 2025, we've now got 29 pupils on roll, and that is very much due to the head teacher, Kath Matthews, and her staff working so hard and obviously setting such a high bar and standard in terms of what they provide in terms of Welsh medium education and in terms of education generally. People often mix up Welsh medium and English medium and want to say that one is better or one is worse, etc. It's all about education. The actual medium of instruction really is a matter of choice, and probably people like me who sent some of the children to Welsh medium, yes, I wanted them to have the language, but it wasn't in any way a judgment on English medium education. There is a concern in that it is now getting to a point, and it certainly will get to a point after September 2025, when you go into 26, 27, the school will continue to grow. Certainly that is my feeling, and looking at the figures, and certainly talking to parents who again are very, very committed. They are concerned about what is going to happen, and I can appreciate from your point of view and your directorate, it is a difficult issue in terms of the falling roll situation in Monmouth town, and obviously trying to balance in the Welsh medium provision. So I make a plea really that although it's difficult, that we move as an authority to make a decision about where Ysgol Cymraeg Tryfynwy will actually be in the long term. And yes, it's okay at the moment, but if you go there, there's one classroom, there'll be another classroom in September, and the staff room. We've not had a staff room yet, which is quite difficult if you're teaching young children. But what parents are concerned about, beth yw'r dyfodol, what is the future for their children? And they deserve exactly the same sort of certainty as English medium parents and English medium children. So as much as possible, I would ask for some sort of speed or working at pace in terms of making that decision. But I also want to make it absolutely clear, because I think having attended a meeting about falling roll, etc., in Monmouth the other day, some people are of the impression that Welsh medium is being given preferential treatment in the authority. It's not. It is well supported by Will and his staff. But the fact is that Welsh medium provision has nothing to do with the falling roll situation in Monmouth. It's not, as it were, our fault that Welsh medium provision has been provided there. But I think some people are under that misapprehension, and they think that there is over-favourable treatment to Welsh medium education. That is not the case. And I want to clarify that. So really, I just want some clarity in terms of how we move forward. It might not be in this meeting, but I certainly put that emphasis there. Diolch yn fawr. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. That was a block of 3, so over to you, Will.
Thanks again, Chair. So to Councillor Bond, our ELSAs, we have at least one ELSA in every school, and they are used, I guess, reactively in a way that when children arrive in school and they might be dysregulated, or they might have something upsetting overnight, or the school is, of course, because how close they are to their families, aware of challenges that the children are facing, they will be used then to potentially settle the children down, or give the children the opportunity during the course of the day to talk to a trusted adult about how they're feeling and provide that reassurance and so on. So that's the way that they're used. They are part of a much wider approach to the support for learners. All of our schools engage in the whole school approach to emotional health and well-being, which is compulsory across Wales. That work is led by Emma Taylor in Monmouthshire, and we've seen some really positive developments in that work. It aligns fully to the health and well-being area of the curriculum, the area of learning and experience, and what you hope to see in any school is that the practice that you see in a classroom, the practice that you see in the unstructured times in school, is all around supporting children's emotional well-being. What I think we don't want to see is well-being identified as something separate that happens away from the mainstream life of the school. It should be integral within the school and within everything that happens for those children in school. Completely recognise that at times there will be need for children to have some additional support, but really that's how it should be. With regard to the take-up of free school meals in primary schools, I think that was what the question was relating to. Deb works and leads on that area of work. We've had some very interesting conversations about understanding the take-up, how the take-up varies in different schools, the nature of those schools, and what drives that. I know that the schools, and Councillor Birch has been to talk to head teachers as well, about how we can improve the take-up of that offer. It is really important. We know that many children will arrive at school potentially without having breakfast, and actually that opportunity to provide them with a free school meal, a hot meal in the day, is very significant. So I don't think we should underestimate the benefits that can bring, and hopefully working together across the directorates we'll be able to see progress in that in the future. With regard to Flying Start is related to postcode allocations, and it works in those areas. We do our very best to be as flexible as we can be to support as many families as we can. It's an area of focus for us, and Beth, who leads Flying Start across Monmouthshire, is a huge advocate for the work. I think we're seeing investment in our two main areas, in Caldicot and Abergavenny, and we'll continue to do that. I think there are probably some specific numbers I can come back to you with Councillor Bond outside this meeting. I think you raise a really interesting point regarding what we're seeing in terms of some of the behaviours in school, whether that's related to some of the misogynistic issues that we see potentially, and particularly for young men, boys, some of those challenges. Again, we've worked really closely with the schools to make sure that how they consider their curriculum can address those, so actually children through learning understand about values, rights, proper relationships, and so on. So that is an area for us. The areas that I cite in terms of harmful sexual behaviour are the most extreme examples of some of those behaviours, and the piece that we've seen that underlies those are children who've experienced trauma, and we've worked very closely with colleagues in social care. In fact, we now have a new panel to review that. So our work is across both mine and Jane's directorates to support those young people, but you're right to stress that as a new and emerging risk for us. I think we're comparing 2 years, so the 43 and the 22 I would recognise as being the previous year. I was trying to provide the up-to-date, which is the 22 and the 0 in the current year. So I hope that addresses your questions, Councillor Bond. With regard to Councillor Easton's questions, Ysgol y Ffin has had some challenges in the past year. It's really important to us, Ysgol y Ffin. It has our Welsh immersion unit. So we've seen a number of children decide to make a late entrance into Welsh medium education, and the immersion unit there has been performed really positively in actually giving them that opportunity to transfer into Welsh medium education. The school continues to have our complete support and support of colleagues in the AS, and we've worked to make sure that there are partner schools, partner leaders, and a new temporary head teacher in the school to support it in the coming period. To Councillor Thomas's questions and observations about Ysgol Trefynwy in Monmouth, Councillor Thomas, you're absolutely right. It's been really pleasing to see the development in Ysgol Trefynwy. We did have to take the difficult decision not to open in the intended year because of the number of pupils who had applied, but to see the predicted number of 29 for September is hugely positive. In the meeting that Councillor Thomas referred to, we did commit to working through understanding what the likely solutions could be for both dealing with the surplus places, but also providing a long-term home for Ysgol Trefynwy, which will allow it to grow and develop as we want it to. We will continue to do that. I suspect that that will be something which is brought back to the relevant committees and to Cabinet for a decision in the autumn term. I think that will allow us the time and the proper time within the organisational code to do the full consultation once we've determined a preferred option. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just looking at who we've got, I've got Councillors Newell, Neil and Garrick. Can I just check, because hands have disappeared. Councillor Pavia, are you intending to ask a question? You are, yeah. And Councillor Brocklesby, you are?
It's more estimation.
Okay, all right, but you want to make contribution. Okay, we'll take three then. Okay, so, and then we'll come back to the other two. So, Councillor Newell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and apologies for not being in chambers. I've got a back spasm, which is why you keep seeing me standing up and walking around. So, but I hope everyone's in good health at chambers. Just a couple of very quick points. Thank you, Will, for the report. It's the second time I've seen this, having been part of the scrutiny committee that went through this with colleagues. Two things. My ward, as you know, is Monmouth Town, and in Monmouth Town we have the Haberdashers boys' school, girls' school, which is now merged. This year, the 20% VAT on private schools is really going to kick in my view, in September. And I also read with interest this week that the school deficit has risen from 3.1 million to £4 million this year, which is a 33% increase. So my question is sort of twofold. What extra pupils are we going to have from the private sector coming into our state system? What provisions have we got in place for those pupils, and how, based on those extra numbers, which I perceive are going to come through, how are we going to get those deficits down? And again, thank you for the very thorough report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Neil, 3 questions only, remember.
Nice try. I wish you the same luck I have in the performance and overview, Chair.
Okay. I treat Councillor Neil as my mentor on chairing skills.
As in all things, I'm sure, Chair. And again, to say thanks, Will, very much indeed for a really informative report, and in common with every councillor who's commented, you know, we absolutely take our hats off to the fantastic efforts of our teaching staff, our management in our schools, and indeed our pupils. So in asking questions that might be more challenging, it's to first of all recognise all those positives. And the point about fixed-term exclusions has been mentioned, and also the point about the eligibility for free school meals attendance levels having dropped so markedly to just over 75%. Councillor John made mention of this, and significantly below the Wales average. Could you advise us what proportion of our secondary population are eligible for free school meals, so we can have an idea of what the scale of that problem is and that challenge is. And on both the issues of fixed-term exclusions and also the attendance, what are we actually doing about those problems? You know, from the Directorate, from the Council as a whole. Just moving on to the report, it is a report on children and skills and learners, and it is also the annual report on economy. And it is quite striking that there is almost nothing at all about the economy in the report, other than a page on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. And it's a genuine question. By combining the economy into children and learning, is this vital area simply being lost? It is such a significant part of life in Monmouthshire and part of our responsibilities. And local employers may well be really concerned about this, and that there's so little being talked about on a day where we're looking at the annual report on the economy. And particularly at a time when many local businesses are struggling so much, and indeed local employment itself is under real pressure as employers struggle with the increase in national insurance, the massive increase in the cost of employment, which arises from national insurance threshold changes down from 9,100 to 5,000, and at the same time the increase in national minimum pay. There's a huge struggle going on all around our county in this, and we need to do absolutely everything possible to support our local businesses and employers. So it's a real question. Are we doing anything like enough, and is the economy being lost in a directorate that is covering so many other things? And then, if I may, finally, what is the actual net cost of national insurance changes to our schools, net of government support, if any? Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so Councillor Garrick, I think I've got next.
Correct,
thank you.
Thank you for an excellent report. It's always really good to see progress, and your commitment and the officers' commitment to our schools and our young people in Monmouthshire really shines through.
Could you speak up a little bit, please, Councillor? Thank you.
I'm afraid my vocal cords aren't very good. I'll do my best. I would like to ask a question on policy. Yesterday, in the South Wales Argus, an article was run on a Monmouthshire head teacher of a secondary school stating, and I quote, "The head teacher, dubbed the head teacher from hell, says," and again I quote, "The Welsh education system is failing, not due to a lack of resources, but because of its culture is fundamentally flawed." So, aside from the small matter of the £4 million deficit our schools are in, which personally I infer to be a resource issue, do you agree that our education system in Monmouthshire is failing, as publicly announced by what constitutes a quarter of our council's senior school head teachers? And is it now our council policy to diverge from child-centred culture of the curriculum for Wales and forge a different path? And if so, why? And did I miss that policy meeting?
Thank you. Yep, three there, Councillor. Not Councillor, promoted you there, or demoted you. Sorry, Will.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so starting with Councillor Newell's questions. I think when the announcement around the VAT on independent schools' fees was first announced, we had a very small number of pupils indicate that they wanted to access our mainstream maintained schools. So I think at the last point that I was discussing this with Matt Jones, who leads our work on admissions, it was probably between 10 and 15 at that phase. Clearly, as we see the impact of the VAT come in line over time, then we will see if that changes. Obviously, Monmouth School will attract pupils far beyond Monmouth Town itself. So if those parents were to decide not to send their children to Monmouth School, it might well be that they access schools elsewhere in England or anywhere else. So that's a moot point, I guess, to a certain extent, to understand that. I think we have to look across, understand how many children there are potentially. And I guess that refers back to the very first question from Councillor Howarth, in understanding how many children that we don't know are in our system because they've only ever been educated in an independent school. So there's a piece there. So understanding and quantifying that is a challenge. Obviously, though, there is I think if my understanding of how our funding flows works, the more pupils that we actually have within Monmouthshire, it has a benefit to us because that will then be counted in our indicators as to how they work out the distributions for the funding into Monmouthshire itself from central government in Cardiff. So an increase in pupil numbers would perversely or conversely be a benefit to Monmouthshire. Moving on to Councillor Neil's questions, which I will try and answer, but my writing has got worse as the questions have gone on. In terms of, we have seen this fall in terms of the attendance, and we have seen this rise in terms of fixed-term exclusions. I think one thing that I would say is that the pattern is not uniform across all 4 schools, and we have brought to members' seminar and to performance and overview in the course of the year much more granular detail about the way in which exclusions are used in each of the 4 schools. It is something that is the decision of the head teacher. I can have no part in that. We support schools, we support parents when pupil conduct meetings are held, and pupil disciplinary committees are held. But the decision to exclude a pupil is exclusively that of the head teacher. So in order to understand what I do as a director, what my senior colleagues do, if you want your children to succeed, if we want the population of students and learners in Monmouthshire to do as well as they can, they have to be in school. That means we have to improve our attendance rates, and we also have to decrease the rates of exclusion. There is challenge around that because different head teachers bring different approaches to it. But we work very closely with each of the schools. And for instance, with regards to Caldecott, which does have the highest rate of exclusions at the moment, my colleague Morwenna Wagstaff, who's our head of inclusion, and 2 colleagues from the Educational Psychology Service have recently been working with the school to understand what some of the specific needs are of a group of learners who are being excluded on a repeat basis. So actually, what is it that those learners need to make sure that we can keep them in school and support them in the best way to ensure that they can get a better outcome at the end of their learning journey. With regard to the rate of free school meals in Monmouthshire schools, I will check the exact number. There is a range, as you would expect. Monmouth is our lowest and King Henry the highest by a distance. I think it's kind of in the high teens across the 4, but I will check that and come back to you on that. I did, on page 4 of the report, in the penultimate paragraph, try to draw out why the economy and the other parts of the new directorate aren't as expansively covered in this report as perhaps they will be, or as they definitely will be in future years. And it was simply in terms of the reporting time when that happened and an ability to fairly reflect what has been happening. What I would say and what I hope is that the work that colleagues do across our directorate, the work that we're seeing with things like the STEM project, which has engaged BAE Systems, Siltbusters and other local firms to really strengthen and deepen the relationship between economy and our schools, is a good indication of the emerging practice that we'll see the new directorate develop. That's not to say that a pure focus on the economy and how we can develop the economy, how we can look at inward investment, how we can look at firms who are already invested in Monmouthshire develop and grow in the future, hasn't been a key part of my activity to date. I expect and hope to see that develop in the coming period. And the other piece is that this report will very much talk to that, and will talk to both the aspirations of the learning place element of the community and corporate plan, but also the economic growth strategy that has been agreed next year. So we'll have that slightly more holistic report when that comes. I absolutely recognise the challenges that some of the changes in terms of the taxation regime have brought to small and medium-sized businesses, and I will come back to you with those specific questions regarding the impact of the NI changes, particularly those for the local authority itself, as I don't have those figures to hand. With regard to Councillor Garrick's questions, our head teacher in Caldecott Comprehensive School has made an immediate impact in the school, and I think that impact in many ways has been positive, but in many ways it has brought some attention as well. And we see attention on head teachers all the time. So, for instance, the head teacher of Monmouth was recently in the press and the BBC and so on for his approach to mobile phones. And we also see the head teacher in Caldecott because of his approach to thinking about what school discipline looks like, what school culture could be. I think what we've found when we've spoken and we've engaged with Alan, Mr. Ebenezer in Caldecott School, is that there is, within his approach, a child-centred approach. I know, looking in, I think it can sometimes seem like this is highly kind of my way kind of approach to the school and to school discipline, but actually I know colleagues have really welcomed the way in which he's reached out to really begin to change in the way in which the school works in terms of its treatment and support for children with ALN, and to develop a culture that is supportive of all learners. I think one of the great things about Monmouthshire is that we have 4 secondary schools, each of which has its own unique approach to how they develop education. Through the partnership and other approaches, I think we will see greater commonality and we will see shared standards and shared aspirations across the 4 schools. But I think actually it reflects the aspirations of the curriculum, that you have a contextualised approach. I think the work that the head teacher in Caldecott is doing at the moment is galvanising the school staff, and it's providing them with a structure and a basis for which they will hopefully make the improvements they need to move themselves from their ESTIN categorisation, which they have at the minute. I would say one thing, it's never dull working with the head teacher in Caldecott School. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, my question was, is our education failing at Monmouthshire?
I think when I drew to conclusion in my presentation, I would describe our education in Monmouthshire as flourishing. I think what we see taking place in hundreds and hundreds of classrooms on a daily basis is empowering. I think it provides those children with opportunities to thrive. It provides them with relevant real-life experiences that are hugely positive for them. I don't believe our education system is failing. I believe that it's a successful education system with areas that we need to focus on to improve still further.
Right, thank you. I'm hoping to finish questions on this report before we break. Is that okay with the meeting? Then we will break immediately after that. So we're in the final 3 questions, I believe. So, Councillor Pavia, you're first up.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Will, for presenting the report. And can I associate myself with all the comments, positive comments that colleagues have made about pupils, staff, and obviously officers within the council here who work tirelessly on improving education standards and ensuring our young people are well equipped for their future lives ahead. I've got a few questions varying across a number of themes. First, in relation to the self-evaluation capacity on page 22 and the need to squeeze out variation and inconsistency of approach. With 50% of primaries needing to improve self-evaluation. What is the underlying issue at play here? Is there a gap in leadership or training here compared with other local authorities? We've got obviously all Wales figures there, but in terms of our other LAs within the consortia area, how do we compare, and potentially what is the underlying issue in relation to that? I've obviously, like other colleagues, concerned to read on pages 15 and 16, and particularly on 15, the increase of peer harmful sexual behaviour. There is, of course, an expectation about teaching pupils positive relationships in the US curriculum within the relationships and sexual education provision. However, the Welsh Government expects schools to adopt a whole school approach to tackling violence against women and girls, domestic abuse and sexual violence, what I'll call VAWDA SV for short, throughout my contribution. As outlined in, obviously, national strategies and guidance. So the education of pupils is just one element of 9. There's staff training, engagement with families, engagement with the community, as well as monitoring and evaluation, community action, partnership working and comprehensive prevention programming. So how are we ensuring the schools are systematically incorporating VAWDA SV and healthy relationship content into the new curriculum framework and school policies, so that it's just more, that it's more than just a token element, but actually leads to plan progression and improvement over time? And again, you identified in the report the issues around the self-evaluation issue. So in relation to VAWDA SV, how are we ensuring that VAWDA SV is included explicitly in performance and improvement reviews and not treated as just a siloed element of compliance? In addition to the rise in verbal and physical threats and violence as set out on the tables there on page 16, you also highlight the issue of misuse of items to weaponise or the presence of bladed items in school. And as a counsellor working directly with families, I've become aware of some deep anxiety that exists among some parents over this issue and rising levels of violence. I just wonder if you can unpack this a little bit further. How widespread is this issue? Because obviously the data in the report just sort of captures verbal threats and actual assaults, but it doesn't include the issues of the use of threats or use of weapons. So can you unpack that a little bit more? You will be aware, and the lead and the former cabinet member know that I'm dealing with a complex and protracted piece of casework on this particular issue. We had a really good meeting with the parents several months ago, but where a set of agreed outcomes were discussed, but the parents still feel frustrated that the council and the school where the child attended have not taken this issue seriously enough, and they're still not assured the lessons have been learned. And I met with a parent fairly recently, and he said to me, we were promised lessons would be learned and safety reviews would be taken several months ago, but it feels like nothing has changed. I know that parent has been engaged with the Children's Commission and the Public Service Ombudsman to try and gain redress, and they shouldn't be forced to do that. I think these parents aren't just anxious, they want assurance that lessons have been learned and that real lasting steps have been taken. And I think without a structured framework across all our schools to ensure consistency, transparency and accountability, trust is going to continue to be undermined. So I won't go into the other questions there, but I mean, in terms of how are we engaging parents meaningfully on this issue to demonstrate that we are learning lessons and we are taking this issue seriously across all our schools. And finally, Chair, what the Chief Officer set out in a number of sections in the report aligns with recent Welsh Government research findings on behaviours that challenge and disrupt in schools across Wales, which was published a couple of months ago. And that looks at work to review and examine some of the evidence on the post-COVID escalation of dysregulated and anxiety-driven behaviours, as well as measures the school are taking. However, there was a critical element that was short within that piece of work that it was very primary school focused, and there was a lack of case examples from secondary schools. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity here for us as a council, and potentially with other LAs in our consortia, and potentially ADU, the Association of Directors of Education in Wales, to commission or partner with Welsh academic bodies to conduct robust secondary school studies addressing the gaps in the evidence in that research. And I'd be interested in his comments on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. These are more comments on the number of people that are involved to enable Will to write his report, but more importantly, that we can make progress so every single child within Monmouthshire's education system can flourish and thrive. And it is astonishing how many are involved. From the families, the carers, to the teachers in schools, to the head teachers, to EAS, to our own team, to those who support the school in a volunteer aspect, to the businesses that are involved, to the wider community which engages with our schools and our learners, and notwithstanding ourselves, councillors. And one of the most important things I think about this statutory obligation to report to the council is that we have a chance to interrogate what progress looks like, because none of us, I think, lose sight of what we really want in terms of outcomes, and that our children feel safe in school, that our children feel able to learn in school, that our children feel that they have a future that they can define, and they feel secure in the identity that they are beginning to forge through school and then later in life. And we have seen that there are areas, as Will put it, which still need substantive support to do so. But nevertheless, as a council, I think we should feel proud that we remain an education system which other local authorities want to look at, want to learn from. We also have opportunities to learn from other local authorities, both in Wales and the UK. We should never be complacent. But what we are given here is an insight of the sheer dedication and commitment of so many people to support our children. And the contributions made from all councillors, I think, have been invaluable to improve and strengthen and enhance the way in which we can work together in partnership, with the focus, always with the focus on our learners. So I'd like to take the opportunity to add our thanks to Will, but also to his team, and for those teachers, head teachers and staff that are retiring after long years of service and commitment to our children and to our schools and to the way that we educate. And I will single out Cass Saunders just because we all know her. And many of you know her in lots of different roles. 38 years in one institution as someone who has moved around constantly is gobsmacking to me, but also awe-inspiring, I think, that she has dedicated her life to public service and is now taking that well-earned rest. And for those of you who, like me, have visited the King Henry 3 to 19 net zero school, hang on to those words, folks. What a legacy to leave behind. What an achievement to go out on. And I think the whole of council will join me in thanking her for her service and hoping that she and Ian will have a fabulous time, because I hear they're going away for 6 weeks in Turkey, but hopefully a fabulous time from retirement onwards. Thank you very much, Will. Didn't want you to change genders. Not yet. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure there's a question there. I don't think there was, but I'm sure Will respond in a moment. Councillor Penny-Jones, up to you.
Thank you, Chair, and it's a very short question. You'll be glad to know. Will, just thank you for your presentation, which was really informative and very interesting, so thank you, something we can work on. My question is, what is the main challenge that you foresee in the coming year? What is the main, or there may be more than one, but I'm just really trying to drag out what is the main fear that you have, the main challenge to overcome, that, you know, we'll have to come back to council and explain to us something or other, taking into account internal and external factors.
I think that's the next one, is it, Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. To Councillor Pavia's question, the self-evaluation, I think the piece with self-evaluation is you can always improve. You can always be more specific. Your understanding of the granular detail can always be better. It's been something that we've been talking about with our schools for an extended period of time. And as a consequence, we undertook you will see, I think, reference in the report to what we call supported self-evaluation. And each term, our supported self-evaluation, which is when the school improvement partner undertakes self-evaluation with the head teacher and the leadership of the school, has a different focus. In the spring term this year, self-evaluation was that focus. So we've been able to have from the EAS a very focused report on where we see strengths and where we see areas of improvement. As a consequence of that, and an opportunity for learning which has been run out across the region, a very high number of our head teachers have participated in really good self-evaluation training with one of the assistant directors from the AS, and that's been really positive. I see the work that we are now taking forward in peer review across the 4 secondary schools as being a developer and another layer to that. And there is, I point out, within the report it references that 3 of the 4 clusters have agreed to take forward peer review in a primary level. When I met with colleague head teachers last Thursday, the last cluster points out that they now have agreed. So every school in Monmouthshire is now part of that developmental process about understanding how peer review can also add deeper understanding to your self-evaluative processes. So I think it's really important. We have to improve. All schools need to continue to focus in that area about how you're really specific. But once you've been specific in your evaluation, how you really effectively plan for improvement. So those are the 2 areas with regard to the first question. Your question with regards to the harmful sexual behaviours, with regards to Vauda SV, and what underpins all of that is good and appropriate relationships between everybody, children and teachers, teachers and children, children and children, is a work that is ongoing. The work that colleagues lead in that area in terms of substantive development, in terms of learning and so on, happens all the time. You're right to question how effectively that is actually kind of mainstreamed in and isn't felt like an adjunct to the school. That's where I think one of the real strengths of the Welsh curriculum is, because it's blended in through the key part of the AOLE. It's a key part of that. So it's a cross-cutting piece, and I hope that provides some reassurance in terms of the way in which the schools are addressing it. With regards to, I'll offer a couple of comments on the case that you referred to, Councillor Pavia. I would start by saying that in terms of transparency, the fact that the challenges and the issues that exist around children potentially using weapons, threatening weapons, or trying to obtain weapons within a school is as transparent as I can be. I'm published my Chief Officer's report. It's set out in there. I've addressed it and included it in my opening remarks to Council as well. I think at every single head teachers meeting this year, we have had an input from Kiva, who's one of the officers who's moving on, about how do we think about this, what can we do, how are we aware of it, what are the consequences, how do we address it, what are our legal rights, all of those pieces to make sure that happens. So I don't think it's something that we're not taking the lessons from. It's something I think very much that we are seeking to identify as a risk and to put in place suitable mitigations in all of our schools. Thankfully, and to your question around prevalence, it is something which isn't prevalent in many of our schools, but when incidents do happen, they are serious and we have to respond to them in a way that recognises that level of severity and doesn't seek to minimise it, but in the same way is proportional and recognises that there will always be kind of two aspects to it, and you have to be proportionate as we go forward. So I think that's all I would be able to say on that. In terms of the behaviours that challenge, you're absolutely right. It is an area of huge concern right across all of the directors for Wales. I've been fortunate enough to be able to take the chair of ADU in the last couple of months, and it's an area that people come back to time and time again in terms of the level of demand. When behaviours of challenge emerge from additional learning needs, we are seeing a huge increase in children who have neurodevelopmental challenges, and that can often be part of the, I guess, triggering mechanism that leads to those levels of dysregulation. I think where the difference is drawn a little bit is that for primary schools, there might have been in the past a tendency to try and manage children in the primary school. I think what we're seeing now is the extent of those behaviours are so significant that that's proving much more challenging. In secondary schools, we were much more likely to see children placed into things like pupil referral services and so on. That was a much more common kind of pathway for children with those types of behaviours, or potentially even special schools. So I think it's a really good point in terms of understanding the kind of the nature and the aspect of those challenges at secondary. When I attended the Cabinet Secretary's behaviour summit, there was a presentation from Bangor University there around, when you look at the evidence, what are the best approaches to tackling those behaviours at challenge. It always comes to relationships. That is always the key point that any of the meetings that I've attended comes down to, and it's that relational point that is key. But I think that's a really valid suggestion, that we think about it on potentially a regional or a potentially national basis to understand that. Thank you to Councillor Brocklesby for your comments and observations. I would only echo on my thanks for all of the team, both within the local authority and the AS, but obviously within every single school, about what they do, but also that it's hugely important that we never seek to rest on our laurels or presume that what we're doing is the best or better than what anybody else does. I think there's always those opportunities to learn, to develop our practice, and I think that's really important. Councillor Jones, it was just one question, but it was quite a difficult question, I think it would be fair to say. In terms of the greatest challenge, I think it might be related to those behaviours that challenge, because I think it has an impact across a whole school, because clearly there's a need to provide support for the child or the learner who might be dysregulated or who might be presenting in a certain way. So you want to make sure that as a caring and supportive system, you're providing them with the support they need. For the other potential 29 children in a class, you want to make sure that their learning it can take place in a safe and secure way. For the staff that work with those learners, you want to make sure that they're safe and secure in their workplace. And for the school, you want to be able to provide a system and support that doesn't mean that our wish to establish more provision in mainstream has a negative impact, either in terms of cost or in terms of what the school can actually develop. What I'm really pleased about is the way in which all all of our inclusion team, but also our school improvement team, because you can't separate the two, because they're kind of integral, because the quality of teaching and learning in a setting has an impact on the way in which the children interact and engage, are responding to that, thinking about it and working with our school leaders. That's not to suggest it's resolved. As I say, that's probably the one which causes me the most concern, but it is the one which, as we go forward, I think our new approach is the Education Leadership Group coming together should provide us with ideas and suggestions for how we can do that on a kind of a homegrown systemic basis. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Will. And again, I'm sure all councillors would like to join me in thanking Will, his team, and all those staff, both at county level and in all our schools and other establishments involved in education, for the tremendous work that they've done this year. We had a few rounds of applause this morning. Can't we do the same again now? Yep, go on. And if you'll forgive me, before we take a break, I'd just like to share one quick anecdote. I was walking through the building at lunchtime, and somebody from behind me shouted, "Mr. Strong!" And I turned round, and it was one of my ex-pupils from quite a few years ago. And of course, we shared a few stories about what a wonderful teacher I was. It's funny what memory can play tricks upon you. But it was just wonderful to see, as occasionally happens, our ex-pupils really doing so well for themselves. At the moment, our teachers and other staff are all in a state of utter exhaustion. But I just let you know, when that sort of thing happens, it's worth it. Okay. Just one important announcement before we break. Councillor Taylor, as you're aware, I think is unwell this afternoon, and therefore the motion in her name has been withdrawn. So, Councillor Dimmock, you will be first up after the break. Thank you all. We will break now. Shall we have 15? Is that all right? Because it's been a long session. So it's 4:05 now. We go to 20 past. I've got a hand waving. You haven't got any internet? Okay. I'm hoping we'll have internet by 4:20. Okay? Right, so break for 15.
He's very thorough, isn't he? Yeah, but he shouldn't have economy as well, because that's massive.
Can you turn your microphone off, please? Section maths.
Right, we spilt over a bit, so let's take our seats. I see Councillor Brock was being late again.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Right. Oh, Councillor Brocklewood's here, right. You were too late. I'd already announced that you were late. Right. Okay, now let's get back underway, please. Some problems with the internet have been identified. Apparently, it's only parts of the room. It seems to be working a bit better now, right? We've just got the one motion to discuss before we go on to questions. We are prepared to vote on the motion by show of hands if that's necessary, and we've even got a printed list somewhere of names in case there's a roll call, which, to be honest, I'm not anticipating. But that will be down to you. So, shall we move on then? So we're now on item 6B, motion number 2, which is now motion number 1, and it's submitted by Councillor Dimmock. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor John. Okay, so Councillor Dimmock, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. So, members, I'm bringing this motion forward today in response to concerns raised by family members in Caldicot and across my own ward in Portskewer, particularly from those whose children attend ARW and Ysgol Cymraeg Iffin. These families are united in their opposition to the recent decision to adopt the statutory distance thresholds for home to school transport eligibility, a decision they feel was made without adequate consultation and with significant implications for safety, financial strain and the strain on daily family life. This morning, alongside Councillors Richard John and Councillor Rachel Garrick, I had the opportunity to meet with residents again in Caldicot whose children are now expected to walk to ARW Primary School in Portskewer. These concerns were measured, sincere and focused on the welfare of their children, and I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Hannah Elliott from Caldicot, who has joined us in the chamber today. Although her submitted question was regrettably not registered, her presence here reflects the strong community interest in this issue, along with 26 plus parents who are watching the meeting. I think that's a record for full council. Her question, which related directly to this motion, echoed the broader community sentiment, and this decision was introduced with little notice, no clear justification, and without giving families sufficient time to prepare or voice their concerns. Hannah, I want to apologise that your question was missed, but I thank you for standing up on behalf of your neighbours and your community and for being part of this important conversation. Hannah is far from alone. I have received numerous communications from residents, many of whom have told me they felt blindsided by this change. They highlight the absence of meaningful engagement, no public forums, no surveys, no listening exercises. Many only found out through word of mouth, creating a sense of anxiety and frustration in the run-up to a new school year. The consequences of this change are not abstract, they are immediate and practical. Many families are now facing unexpected logistical challenges. For households already juggling complex routines, this shift introduces additional stress, especially for those who must now find alternative ways to ensure their children get to school safely and on time. Excuse me. From a transport standpoint, we must proceed with caution. Residents are deeply concerned that some walking routes deemed as safe have not undergone thorough or real-world assessments. For example, the document CA12, certain photographs suggest neatly trimmed hedges and tidy footpaths, but if you walk the same route today, particularly through Church Road and Caldicot Road, you will quickly see how narrow, uneven and overgrown some sections have become. Section 2 of the same report references a safe route through Caldicot Castle grounds, a route we are now expecting primary-age children to navigate. Yet there is currently no lighting and the setting can be remote and poorly visible. While I appreciate the proposals are being developed to improve the active travel route for the castle, the addition of low-level lighting alone does not address these risks. We must remember, of course, the castle grounds are prone to seasonal flooding, as you will see behind me, making the route impassable at times. Furthermore, expecting children to cross the B4245 roundabout without a pelican crossing or barriers is a serious concern. The B4245 is heavily trafficked, including notable number of HGVs that have been routed due to the ongoing M48 restrictions. These risks are known too well to this council. We held meetings on them before, and I'm sure we're going to hold meetings on it again. They appear to be overlooked, though, in reports CA102 and CA211. It's also worth noting that the castle grounds that form part of the suggested walk routes are frequently closed for events, including like this weekend. This raises serious questions about the risk consistency and accessibility, and let's not forget the additional impact on ALN children whom sudden changes to routine and environment can be particularly distressing. These considerations deserve more weight in our decision making. Ultimately, we have a duty to prioritise the well-being and safety of our children. That requires clear communication, fair and transparent appeals, and timely and evidence-based assessments of all proposed routes. It also requires us to work collaboratively with parents, schools, governors, communities to identify realistic and safe alternatives. This change comes when we are encouraging sustainable travel and urging families to reduce their carbon footprint, yet we're contradicting that. By withdrawing bus services, we will end up putting more cars on the road, particularly for parents who are unable to walk their children to school or due to their other commitments. So today, I urge colleagues to reflect on the practical realities, not just the policy documents. Reports like CA102 and 211 may appear satisfactory on paper, but they fail to capture the lived experience of parents and children. The routes presented involve navigating muddy footpaths, flooded walkways, busy roundabouts, uneven footpaths, and an increase in heavy traffic, all of which present a real and present challenge for young children. So let's pause, listen, work together and find a way forward to safeguard both our values and our communities. So my motion reads, we regret that the administration's adoption of the statutory distance to qualify for home to school transport will cause financial hardship and logistical challenges for many Monmouthshire families. Instructs the Cabinet to ensure all families whose eligibility have changed are directly contacted, setting out their rights to appeal, committing to an assessment of whether a safe walking route exists, and expediting all appeals and complaints processes in light of the short notice to many parents ahead of the September year, and commits to working with schools, governors, parents and community groups to explore safe, affordable transport alternatives for those affected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John, do you want to speak now in seconding, or do you want to reserve your right to speak to later?
I'll contribute shortly, Chair.
Thank you. That's fine. Right. I've got several wanting to speak. So first of all, I've got Councillor Garrick, please.
Diolch Cadeirydd. I have 13 children who attend the local faith school in my ward affected by this. They've been informed that they're having their transport to school removed mid-education. I've tried working with the officers on this, and the responses I get have been at best confused. It's not helpful to point out the existence of a bus stop in a ward on a route that has no usable buses that get you to school prior to school starting. We've also been consistently told, both the families and myself, that every family affected was personally emailed for consultation. None of the parents that approach me are aware of that contact, and I would very much like to see evidence of this, as our families feel ignored and surprised and undervalued or not valued. But I need to get into why we've done this. Looking at the impact assessment that was presented to Cabinet, this policy assessment is inadequate. It has failed to consider the loss of earnings and socio-economic implications to the families affected in my ward. That is a risk that has been realised. I have parents who are reducing hours at work so their children can continue their education. It has not considered the impact on siblings with disability. I now have parents in my ward choosing and struggling on how they get the disabled sibling in another school to school because they now have to provide additional access, which was unplanned, to their child. This has not considered the disproportionate impact on women as primary caregivers and the fact that it is them that will disproportionately need to give up their work to take their children to school. And most of all, we haven't considered or understood how all of this is exacerbated for those who hold the protected characteristic of a religious belief and are utilising our faith schools. All these have been impacted and are being realised as a result of this policy. Council, this is not the Fair Monmouthshire that we are committed to. This is not applying the criteria of Welsh Government's home to school transport documentation to bring it in line with other councils. This is actively removing an ability of a child, 13 of them, to get to school in my ward. This is actively disadvantaging a group who are reliant on that transport as part of their lives. It's taking away income from their family, it's affecting their well-being, and it's affecting their siblings. Importantly, we knew this would happen. The paper presented to Cabinet on this policy was really clear. It stated and identified that there were 133 primary age learners and 167 secondary age learners who were currently in education at the time that would be affected by this policy with an inadequate impact assessment. As part of that, Cabinet was informed that it could use its discretion to allow transport to continue for these learners. I would like to understand why Cabinet feels that it is okay to impact and disadvantage these individuals and not use its discretion. I would also like to have it explained why the impact assessment does not identify these issues and why we have been so very cursory with some of the appeals that have been turned down to date. I would like to meet with officers and the Cabinet member on this so we can discuss a way forward. As it is, I have no option but to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to see this motion regarding the home to school transport question submitted by Councillor Dimmock, as it's a reflection of the discussions and regret expressed by myself and co-councillor Watts over the last 2 years whilst this matter has been debated. I concur with the regret of the adoption of the statutory distances to qualify for home transport. Councillor Watts and I have made many attempts to gain acknowledgement that the extension disadvantages those living with the most significant financial hardship. Welsh Government, in their document A More Equal Wales, is very clear of the duty to reduce the inequalities of outcome. This came into effect on March 31st, 2021, and so should be familiar. It requires public bodies to consider how their strategic decisions can reduce inequalities resulting from socio-economic disadvantage. I would say that this home-to-school transport policy increases that disadvantage and actively creates another barrier to learning for our most disadvantaged. Those entitled to free school meals attendance have been noted to be worse than those entitled to free school meals attendance has been noted to be worse than those who are not. I would like to at this point how fed up I get at the FSM description. It would be nice if we had a different way of identifying children for data. Thornwell is considered to be the second most disadvantaged area in Monmouthshire. The most advantaged in North Abergavenny will not be affected as far as I'm aware due to its proximity to the school in the area. But I'm happy to be contradicted when I have finished if this is not the case. An email received on the 25th of June 25 by Councillor Watts and I in response to our raised concerns states that it is not a legal requirement to take deprivation into account. It says all walking route assessments are carried out in accordance with the Learner Traveller Wales measure of 2008 and GP road safety guidance, which dictates what we can judge routes by and does not include deprivation and hardship factors. This guidance document from Welsh Government, A More Equal Wales, written and received considerably more recently than the guidance quoted and used, is definitely stating that at the very least there is a moral requirement that we should consider those things and the undoubted impact on outcome. It states very clearly that public bodies should understand where they can have the greatest positive impact in reducing inequalities of outcome. I can think of no more important way to do so than to remove every possible barrier to those children who live within such disadvantage to an education. As a child, I walked a fraction under 2 miles to school in all winds and weathers, as the local authority policy at that time was 2 miles. It was obviously a long time ago, and I'm sure that there are those who would say it did me no harm. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. However, it was always insisted that I have breakfast before setting off and not when I was at school. I was the beneficiary of a good pair of shoes and waterproof warm clothing. Expensive, yes, and definitely not stylish. I'm pretty confident that many of the children affected by this policy in areas of mine and Armand's ward will not have the benefit of such clothing, and it's further. Yesterday's extremely comprehensive report for People Scrutiny for a different matter makes it clear that the homelessness team have taken this into account, taken this document into account. And therefore I struggle to understand why the home to school transport changes do not recognise what is adopted within the Housing Support Grant Future programme. I appreciate that some provision has been made to allow families to come forward and explain their poverty and to ask for financial help to cover costs. In my experience, some people are reluctant or too proud to do so. However, once again, I will point out that any barrier to school setting to any children setting off for school to gain knowledge, as stated in the Welsh Government document, is a barrier to the children. They are the ones who will benefit from an education. We need to give them every opportunity, and this is not the way forward. I know very well that some generations have not found education to be beneficial to social mobility, and I make no judgments here, other than to applaud the Westminster Government's determination to overhaul the benefit system so that those who need it are held and supported. Thresholds, in my view, need adjusting, and education and aspiration made more accessible and promoted to those children who hopefully see education as a stepping stone to change. This local policy does not, in my view, support them in doing so. It penalises children. Once again, I would like to thank Councillor Dimmick for proposing this, and I would urge everyone to support it, as I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Laura Wright.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for this motion, Councillor Dimmock. I do acknowledge that any changes to school transport arrangements can be very concerning for some families. However, the changes that we've introduced are unfortunately necessary, and they have simply brought our home to school transport provision in line with our statutory duties under the Learner Travel Wales measure. So this does bring Monmouthshire's provision of home to school transport to the same level as that provided by the majority of Welsh local authorities. It isn't a decision that we wanted to have to make, and in a different financial climate we wouldn't have done this. So yes, I mean, I agree, I do regret the need to reduce home to school transport provision to that required by law, rather than continuing to provide additional transport on top of that. We haven't done this lightly, but as you are well aware, governance involves difficult choices, and we have to prioritise spending to ensure the longer-term sustainability of services for all young people in Monmouthshire. To my mind, our decision to protect current provision in areas such as educational psychology in our schools, rather than continue with the same level of spending on home to school transport, was the better option. With regard to the second point in your motion, we have already done or are in the process of doing everything that you have listed. So, to me, it feels that you're instructing us to continue working as we already are on this policy. All the parents and guardians with learners receiving home-to-school transport were contacted outlining the planned policy change and given the consultation information. And I mean all of them, not just those with proposed changes to provision. If we didn't hear back from them, then the officers followed up to contact them a second time. All parents and guardians were also given information on the appeals process, and all of this information was also shared with our schools. Safe route assessments were carried out for everywhere that would potentially be affected by these changes. Specially trained officers have walked every route themselves within the last 6 months, so this wasn't a desktop exercise. And that aims to ensure that the standards set out by the Learner Travel Measure and GB Road Safety Guidance were met. In cases where no safe route could be identified, no changes were made to transport provision, even if the learners did live within the new distances outlined. Where there are concerns from parents and guardians about seasonal changes, such as the one you referred to, Councillor Dimmock, affecting the viability of a walking route, an alternative has been supplied, which still falls within the maximum route distance criteria. So in response to the route that you've referenced, I know that our head of transport walked the proposed route with the officer who carried out the initial assessment in order to understand the concerns raised by parents and to ensure that the route did indeed meet safety and viability requirements. The route was found to be suitable, and I hope this can allay potential misgivings about the quality of the route assessments that we've carried out. You've also referred to things like overgrown paths, and I understand that where overgrown vegetation is problematic, that will be remedied as quickly as possible once it's reported. You referred to the impact on ALN learners and the effect that disruptions to their routines can have. So all of our ALN learners are additionally assessed by the ALN team and will have specially considered recommendations for their transport. We are indeed expediting all appeals and complaints ahead of September, as members were assured in response to a question at full council in the last meeting. With reference to faith learners, we will continue to provide them with free discretionary transport if they meet distance eligibility criteria, and this is a provision that we are continuing above and beyond our statutory obligations. Eligible for free school meals pupils, I did discuss this actually with our head of inclusion recently, and I will be keeping a very close eye on attendance and attainment levels within that group. I would hope that everybody knows that I have no desire to do anything that will negatively impact our most vulnerable learners. We will look at discretionary transport for individual learners within that group if we feel that it's necessary. Finally, yes, we will commit to working to identify safe and affordable alternatives for learners affected by these changes in homeschool transport provision. Alternatives such as a walking bus to school are used very successfully in some areas. They generally involve the school, parents and guardians, and sometimes other members of the community who volunteer to assist in a walking bus, and sometimes, and I see no reason why we couldn't support these sorts of community and school-led initiatives. So I'm entirely happy to support this motion, Councillor Dimmock, and I thank you for bringing this important subject to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Marion Howells, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Dimmock, for bringing this motion to the Council today. I fully support the concerns expressed in the motion, particularly the need for clear communication with families affected by changes to school transport eligibility, and the importance of ensuring that appeals and complaints are handled fairly and swiftly. No family should be left without clarity or support, especially so close to the start of the new year. I also believe we must approach this with a slightly wider lens While financial and logistical challenges are real, there is an equally pressing concern: the declining levels of physical activity among children compared to previous generations. 40 years ago, when it was more common for children to walk and cycle to school, this was not something that not only encouraged independence but significantly contributed to better physical health. In the 1980s, 5% of children were considered overweight, whereas today that figure is estimated to have increased fourfold to 20%. Today, rising childhood obesity rates point to a broader public health crisis, in part driven by sedentary lifestyles and reduced opportunities for daily exercise. As we reconsider home-to-school transport policies, we should also be asking how can we make walking and cycling to school the default choice again, where it is, of course, a safe and practical way to do so. Therefore, in addition to the proposal laid out in this motion, I would urge this Council to prioritise investment in safe walking and cycling routes, to promote active travel through school and community initiatives, such as the popular walking buses and bike buses already mentioned by Councillor Wright, and consider the long-term health benefits of reducing our reliance on motorised transport where possible. Supporting families should not mean inadvertently encouraging more car journeys or sedentary habits. A balanced, future-focused approach can address both the immediate logistical concerns and the longer-term health of our children. Thank you, Councillor Dimmock, for bringing this motion to us, and one that I should be supporting. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. I think we'd all regret having to have made this decision, but to put it in context, there are many ways by which children get to school. Most of us probably used to walk or cycle. I certainly did. Cycling with my father in extremely bright and unflattering rain-capes. And walking back with my friends. And as an authority, I think we are very much committed to improving the routes used by families walking children to school and the ability of children and young people to cycle and get themselves to school. And there's a great deal of work going into that. And also a great deal of work going into developing school travel plans with the majority of schools. Most children in this county don't get a free school bus. Their parents, they walk, they cycle, their parents have informal carpooling arrangements, and young people get the public bus. And I think we could do more to encourage walking bus schemes, as has been said. And I think if there are any parents or schools or governors or indeed councillors who would be interested in volunteering in starting walking bus routes, I know that the road safety team are only too ready to support them. But obviously there will be some families who will be inconvenienced by the reduction of free travel entitlement, the statutory distances. We do have many families in the county who are both cash-strapped and time-poor, but we did have to set that against the ballooning and frankly unsustainable cost of providing free school transport when that money was needed in the classroom.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have Councillor Richard John.
Thank you. I'm hearing all these arguments that people should be walking and cycling to school. And of course, if you live within a reasonable distance, then that's entirely practical. But I've got residents who live in Mitchell Troy. If they were to walk to Monmouth Comprehensive School, that's a daily walk of 6 miles along a de-restricted road, it's a national speed limit. That is clearly not a safe route for young people to be taking. Only today, Councillor McKenna and I, we're the councillors for Mitchell, Troy and Trellick, and we were contacted by parents in the Trellick area who found out this morning that they're no longer eligible for free school transport. The bus will continue to drive right past their property, but they will now be expected expected to walk their children to Trellick Primary School along a de-restricted country lane wide enough for one vehicle with occasional passing places when traffic in opposite directions meet. This lane has no pavements or street lights. In no way is this a safe walking route for children. Last year, when the council consulted on its proposals for home to school transport, my group raised concerns about the impact it would have on families in Monmouthshire. We argued that the change to statutory distances was in direct conflict with the council's community and corporate plan. These changes will increase carbon emissions, they will increase congestion, worsen air quality around our schools. When we raised these concerns here in council, the then cabinet member frivolously responded saying children should, and I quote, get on their bike. And then he told us that when he was a child, he used to ride his bike to school. And he said it was the responsibility of parents to transport their children to school. I note that the new cabinet member hasn't repeated that language. I also note with concern that his proposed position was shared last week by Nigel Farage, who said that he referred to school transport expenditure as waste and said that local authorities should not provide school transport at all, and went on to say, there are things called parents who, for as long as modern times remember, have had the aggravation of getting their kids to school. So for any Monmouthshire residents out there toying with the prospect of voting reform, be warned that that is exactly what you can expect, that they will chip away at council services, things like school transport that your children, your families, your neighbours rely on. Services like that will no longer be available. I'm really disappointed with the lack of engagement. During the formal consultation, I asked for a full list of numbers of pupils affected at each Monmouthshire school. The council knew exactly which families would be stripped of their eligibility for home-to-school transport. So why weren't they all contacted? Countless families have approached us and said they didn't know the consultation was on. How much better would that consultation have been if it was actually informed by people who are personally affected by this decision? So that was really disappointing. Those contributions could have really illuminated that discussion. Instead, it was shared as a bog-standard consultation and didn't really engage with those who were affected. Now, I appreciate the decision has been made for 25-26, and there's a statutory deadline by which the council needs to agree its policy. So for the year 26-27, that deadline is the 1st of October 2025. And given the statement from the Cabinet the other day, it looks like there's no willingness to revisit that position in the following year. But as Councillor Garrick said in her contribution, the Council does have discretion in this area. A number of proposed walking routes need to be revisited because some of these are clearly not safe. We need council officers and cabinet members to come out and walk these routes so they can see for themselves how unsuitable they are for children as young as 4 to walk to school. We heard earlier about the chronic problems of secondary school pupils from poorer backgrounds missing a quarter of their education. These changes are only going to make that worse. So it's really important that that the council mitigates the decision it's made, that they use discretion, that these routes are reconsidered, and I hope the Cabinet will be willing to do that. Thank you very much to the parents who met with Lisa, Councillor Garrick and myself earlier this morning. We hope that the Cabinet will listen to your concerns and that we can find a resolution for you. But thank you very much for coming and for engaging in this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tudor Thomas.
Thanks, Diolch Cadeirydd. I very much agree with much of the motion as put by Councillor Lisa Dimmock. On the other hand, have to appreciate that there is a need to come into line with other authorities in Wales. You know, practically every authority in Wales does follow the statutory limit, but there has been a kickback, particularly I think in Rhondda Cynon Taf authority about that. But I am concerned by the changes in the distances that pupils will have to walk to bring Monmouthshire County Council children in line with the statutory distances as set out by Welsh Government. I do have concerns about safe walking routes at both primary and secondary pupils. The statutory distance, 2 miles for a primary age pupil, starting at 4 and going up to 11. And then obviously at secondary level, from year 7, they're only 11 to be walking a long distance to school, arriving at school probably in the winter, cold, wet, and not really ready to learn. And I think, that is a big decision. In reality, we're in a very difficult position in this authority because of its rural nature. Some children benefit because if they live obviously outside the statutory limit, they get transport, no problem. But for those children who are right on the cusp, then I think it is difficult, in particular during inclement weather and at times in darkness, when they're either going to school or coming back. I generally support the motion. I really think that we need to monitor. The decision has been made, but as far as possible, the authority should now work with schools, work with parents and community groups to explore and to find, not just explore, but find safe, affordable transport alternatives for those affected. And this policy does need to be looked at, and particularly after the first year of operation, and that it is monitored, and particularly after the winter period has gone, because that is the worst sort of part. I would challenge any member here, particularly people who are a lot younger than me, to walk 2 miles to a destination and 2 miles back, or 3 if you're an adult. It's quite a task. I lived in Powys. We didn't have free school transport because my siblings and I lived within the limit, but we went on the bus because we needed to get to school, and you needed to be dry and in the frame of mind to learn. And I'm not going to go back to when I was in school, that's so many years ago. So I really think monitoring now this coming year is incredibly important, and that we then look at it, but also we offer support, and not just we talk about children who are eligible for free school meals, but let's be honest, there are so many families who are just above that limit, but they're just about surviving financially, and for lots of families they don't have access to a large number of cars, more than one car, and people need to get to work. So I really think we need to think carefully. The policy's in place, but we need to look at it and monitor it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Louise Brown, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do believe that home to school transport should be given a great priority. Councillor Laura Wright referred to the Learner Traveller measure, and actually in the Learner Traveller measure it makes it clear that the safety of children is of paramount importance. The route that my parents are expected to have their children take is unsafe. It's the A48 in Pormeric. In 2023, I walked with officers, including the chief officer, and it was determined to be unsafe, and subsequently a parent from Badgers Meadow was given transport on the basis of it being unsafe for the next year as well. Now, in every single route from Haysgate, Mathern and Pormeric, basically you have to come across the 40-mile-per-hour section where the pavement is very narrow. Vegetation was cut very recently before our walk, but effectively it hasn't been done for 18 months, and even then there were brambles and overhanging branches and things in the way of a very narrow path, which is actually some of the paths are narrower than recommended by the Highways Act. it seems as if there's no reason it was determined unsafe then, and there haven't been any changes to make it any different for this particular year at all. And the determination was made then. There's no pedestrian crossings, there's no islands, and it's a major route. It has the volume and speed of traffic is absolutely significant, and actually even pedestrians on the pathways have been injured. For example, a pedestrian was injured on the pathway near the garden centre, and basically their leg was clipped even when they were walking there. Somebody else has been hit by a wing mirror of an ambulance as a result of walking on the pavement. On one side you can see that bus stops are actually, the poles are leaning over because on the pavement they've been hit by cars and vehicles. The 30-40 mile per hour sign coming from the High Beach roundabout to Pulmerich, which is in that 40 zone, has been hit numerous times. It's only got one narrow path on that 40 mile per hour stretch, and when we walked it the other day, effectively it's so narrow that somebody running in the other direction had to go into the road. Now obviously it could end up with a child going into the road as well. The volume of traffic, the noise, the pollution, it is a very, very unpleasant walk to do. And to say it's safe, I mean, even my residents are complaining about it being unsafe when you're in a car. For example, if you have to turn from the Chapel Lane junction onto there, you have to go very quickly by car, otherwise you're going to risk being hit. If ever I go across to the post box and cross that A48, I have to run because of the gaps between the traffic. The traffic volume is tremendous. There's pollution. But basically parents have also found bits of wood with nails sticking out. At the bottom of Pulmerich Hill, the bus shelter there was demolished by a car going across a pavement, and has been replaced by a glass bus shelter. So the street furniture's hit, pedestrians are hit. A child was also injured going across the road, who is a secondary school pupil as well. And in the reports we've got from the basically from the school assessment of the route, effectively says that there haven't been pedestrian injuries. There have. It's an unsafe route, and anybody who says it's safe, quite frankly, has never walked it. I've walked it twice, once when we did the assessment in 2023, and very recently on another assessment. And I must say, I'm obviously too old to go to school, but if I had to walk that route every day, quite frankly, I would not want to go to school at all, because it is so unpleasant and so unsafe. And, anybody who says that it's safe, and I think it's important to note that although there are the statutory distances, in the learner traveller measure legislation, there is a statutory requirement. If the route is unsafe, transport should be provided regardless of distance, and I think that it's important that that is taken into account. And we also have a petition which 222 people have signed. Now, I've also made sure that that petition has been signed by the local villagers, not somebody in Gloucestershire or somebody elsewhere. And actually, that's a very high proportion of the village population who consider it to be totally unsafe. And obviously, I wish it wasn't. It has been mentioned about walking and cycling. I think it's unsafe to walk. I also think it's unsafe to cycle. I haven't seen anybody cycling it because I think there's a danger of you actually being knocked off your cycle. I did once see a child cycling on the pavement, but again, that's a danger to pedestrians if that route is taken. So it is totally unsafe, and it is a statutory requirement to have a safe route. And with regard to the appeal, obviously the concern is, and it's mentioned in this motion, the fact that I think my parents have taken some time to try and put together an appeal with the help of the chair of the Community Council. But they've received a response today to say they will have a response within 21 days. Some of them were notified at the end of June. The transport starts in September, and at the last council meeting I was promised that it would be expedited. If they go on to appeal stage 2, there's another 21 days in which they can apply back. So I really do think that this motion is important in terms of going through the various procedures to make sure that it is properly considered. And I would certainly invite the Cabinet member to come along with me on a walk with parents, because really it is a very bad route. And there was one occasion where the traffic was actually stood still, and the only way that the children could get into school was actually by walking. Now, parents did walk with them, and the children had to come back from the Dell school because they'd got a headache from actually experiencing how awful this particular route was.
Can you begin to wind up, please, Councillor? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Well, as you probably understand, I'm quite passionate about this particular issue because I do think it's vitally important for parents to. The other issue is obviously in terms of unreasonable stress for children. At the Chepstow School, there are no facilities to hang coats or anything, so it means that during climate change they'll get very wet and they'll stay wet all day because there's nowhere to store coats. And I think obviously they're carrying all the school equipment as well. So it is actually a pretty awful prospect for children concerned. And I'm going to raise this issue again at the at the People Committee on the 22nd of July because of the massive concerns of parents in our particular area. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anne Webb, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dimmock, for bringing this motion to us today. Yes, like other people that have spoken, I concur with most of the comments that they have made. Most members have made absolutely every point that I want to make. But I have to say, first of all, that at 8 o'clock on Monday morning, I met with the leader of the Council and the Cabinet Member for Lifelong Learning and Leisure, and also Councillor Griffiths joined us a little bit later on in the route. We all walked from St Albans, several children, I don't know, there probably about 10 children, parents and other interested people that supported this petition, which we're presenting next week to the meeting on the 22nd, the People's Scrutiny Committee. The route to school from St Albans to the Dell School, as I'm sure you agree, the ones that walked it with us on that Monday, isn't a safe route. There's lots of places which for little children aren't at all safe to walking. They are expected to walk 2 miles each way, and when parents have to accompany them, that's a double walk, taking a lot of time out of their day, particularly with working parents. The emotional and physical stress of the walk in all weathers, it's not only in the cold weather, it's in the hot weather as well, as we've had recently, is not cumbersome with children walking to school. It will negatively impact on their mental health, physical health, and ability to effectively engage when they get to their learning facility. There are major safety concerns from the children and parents around the safety of the road crossing and the footpath they're expected to walk. The crossing is not suitably lit and wide enough. The path is unlit, uneven, and extremely narrow in parts, with the close proximity to a high number of cars on the A466. In the case of an emergency, there is a section of the footpath which is obscured from view from the road and not easy to access if needed. The children and parents have safety concerns with regards to walking past the racecourse on race days and the days following. For instance, the people coming out of the racecourse are quite jolly on occasions when they've either lost or won, either way. So that can be quite intimidating for children, for young children and parents walking home. The other points that I wanted to make was that we have 300 signatories on a petition which the parents have put around, and that relates to about 40% of the residents in St Albans, which is a high proportion of interest. So, and that is going to be presented to People's Scrutiny next week. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. I did promise the Chair that I would try not to speak from this elevated position up here. But obviously, as the Cabinet Member for Education, at the time when the decision was made, I would just like to make a few points, some of them for clarity. The first is that Councillor Riley spoke early on in this debate, and I fully appreciate the socio-economic situation of her ward and the school that serves that ward. However, I spoke several times quite directly to the head teacher and indeed to many other head teachers around the county during that consultation, and none of them raised school transport as a hugely difficult area in their minds. And certainly the head teacher at Thornwell said it had not been raised with him as an issue. And in my own mind, that was quite a powerful thing to take on board. It's interesting that Councillor John has got a remarkable memory. He looks suitably modest when I say that, but to be able to remember my exact words in a debate many months ago about getting on your bike, it reminded me that it was only this week when a previous national politician passed on, who talked about his father telling him that when he was a boy he got on his bike. In Norman Tebbett's case, he was treated with adulation. In my case, I was ridiculed. I don't know what Tebbett has got that I haven't. Answers on a postcard, please. I would like to remind people that at the time when we had that debate, there was no intention by anybody in this chamber to suggest that poverty was not an issue in the lives of many and too many children in Monmouthshire. To see things written in the local paper about what I intended to say and so on is actually quite hurtful. But then again, I suppose when you stand for public office, that's what you learn to accept from time to time. And I take it on the chin, and I guess Councillor John has seen that it was even in this week's Abergavenny Chronicle again. Although I'm now only making page 5, I'm clearly yesterday's news now. At the time when we were looking at ways in which savings could be made across the authority. And let's remember that was the time when these discussions were taking place. It wasn't just something in education or what are these people trying to do to our school children. It was at a time when we were trying to construct a budget in which the settlement granted to Monmouthshire was the annual tuffy. and we had to make savings on our schools. The reality is that at the end of that school year, our school transport bill, just for getting children from their home into the class, came to over £7 million. Now, that is monstrous. And I'm not going to name any contractors, but I remember one school contractor just handing back a contract saying we don't want this anymore. And I'm staggered that you can do that, but that's the law. And a prominent school contractor for school transport handed back his contract. And so we put out a tender to renew the contract. There was not a single operator put in a bid to take those children on that route. When it was advertised again, the same contractor who had originally had that route put in an offer, and surprise, surprise, it was 50% more than he had previously been given to take those children. Now, that was the context in which we were trying to say £7 million would more or less have covered the amount that, as an education authority, we would have needed to have saved. If we were not saying, let's make children walk 6 miles a day. But I do hear the messages from the floor today, and I think the argument has moved on. So I'm not going to stand here and raise merry hell, but I just wanted to make that context of what it was like in that situation, of the huge cost of transport. And let me be quite blunt, the way that we were being ripped off by some contractors, and the fact that we were putting out adverts for people to take school children to school, and there were no applicants at all to take the contracts. That's how tough it actually got at that time. And in conclusion, I'd just like to say that Councillor John talked about bog standard consultations. Well, let me assure you that any consultation in which I've been involved has been a genuine consultation in which we have tried to find the views of people. The views of many of the people who responded to that consultation were very different to the views we've heard expressed this afternoon. I'm not saying people aren't entitled to take their own view. Of course they are. But it was not as simple as to say it was an evil-minded cabinet member who had got it in for families living in poverty. It was a heart-wrenching decision, but there we are. I hear what people are saying now, and I will vote in line with the views expressed in the chamber in this debate.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm glad you've not been too wounded by the criticisms made of you. As the great German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer once said, in politics, a thick skin is a blessing from God. That's right. One more speaker, Councillor Jill Bond, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to say I fully support this motion and agree with everything that's been said so far. And my concern is if there's a discrepancy between the view of the extent of the consultation from the parents and both sides or both angles, let's review it and get the learning and act accordingly, rather than just plough ahead without getting any learning from where mistakes might have been made or misunderstandings happened. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't see any more hands up, so Councillor Dimmock, you have the right to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I've got too many screens I'm working here. Okay, thank you, colleagues, for your thoughtful contributions, especially those who supported the motion. Councillor Wright, the previous assessments do not reflect real-world assessments. It's very different walking with a clipboard to walking with children. So I welcome you to come and walk the route with Councillor Garrick and officers and I, but I think you better invest in some good walking shoes, because I think you're going to be invited by many members to join them and parents on their safe walking routes. I think a more thoughtful approach should have been phased in, would have been better. It would have given families time to consider and work out how they were going to manage these changes. I would like a response in writing why that wasn't considered, if possible. The change to the school transport eligibility isn't just an administrative task, it's a policy with serious socio-economic consequences, as we've heard of Councillor Garrick and Councillor Riley. It places additional financial and logistical pressures on family already facing cost of living challenges. It disproportionately affects women who are more often the primary caregivers and now face even greater demands on their time and employment opportunities, as Councillor Garrick referenced earlier. It risks isolating children with disabilities by failing to account for their accessibility needs and the disruption of routine that many neurodivergent children find distressing. And it undermines the rights of families choosing schools based on language, culture or faith protected characteristics, which we as a public authority have a duty to uphold under the Equality Act. I hear you, Councillor Howells and Councillor Birch, about the need to encourage children to walk, but let's be realistic. These children can be as young as 4, and many of our residents are then commuting to places outside of their community. Not everyone works from home. It's not as simple as that. Councillor Thomas, just because other councils are doing it doesn't necessarily make it right for Monmouthshire. And I'm glad that you recognise that it is a very rural county and we need to work with councillors who know the wards better than most. Councillor Brown, I am really sorry to hear about some of the experience you shared, and it is not something I want to see happening here and hearing about that. Councillor Groker, thank you for your very humble contribution. I think that, yeah, I've got a lot of respect for you admitting maybe, this wasn't the right thing. But at the heart of this issue is a shared belief that no child should be placed at risk or left behind because of rigid interpretation of statutory rules. While we recognise the financial pressures the council is facing, the welfare and safety of Monmouthshire young people must remain our priority. There is an issue impacting family. This is an issue impacting many families across Monmouthshire, and by supporting this motion, we're asking for better communication with families, a fair appeals process, and an urgent and accurate assessment to ensure that no child is expected to walk a route that isn't safe. It's important to stand with parents and pupils and the schools who feel they have been left in the dark, and that we are committed to working together for a solution that is fair, safe and sustainable. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, I think we can move to a vote. Oh, is the internet okay to do for normal electronic vote? I'm being told it is. So. It's coming up now. So that's overwhelmingly carried. Thank you, Bear. Right, what are we now? 5:25. We've got time for a few questions before we'll need a break. So we'll go straight into questions. And the first question is from County Councillor Emma Bryn to Councillor Catherine Maybe.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Can the Cabinet member please provide an update on what the Council is doing to ensure the safety of pedestrians who are forced to walk the 200 metres along the 60-mile-an-hour pavementless section of the A466 at Redbrook? Residents and visitors have had to run the gauntlet of this stretch of road to access or leave the village along the Wye Valley Walk for many years, and the road is not getting any quieter. So there's no pavement along the Wye Valley Walk at Redbrook, and drivers have a tendency to put their foot down as soon as they leave the village. Two lovely off-road paths converge within sight of Redbrook, and pedestrians currently have to scramble along the verge or remain on the road to get close past and beeped at by drivers who are not expecting people to be walking on this busy road. There's no way to safely hold the hand of a child or even walk a dog in a lead with a side view. This is the direct route from Redbrook to Monmouth, and I've witnessed parents with prams running like the clappers down the road to get off it as quickly as possible. As this is part of the Wye Valley Walk, the National Landscapes team are keen to work with us, but we are unable, they themselves are unable to carry out the work as it is part of the highway. We also have the full support of residents, councillors on both sides of the border and local walking groups. Common sense would dictate that we really want pedestrians to be off the road here. Could I please request a survey is carried out to ascertain the numbers of pedestrians using this path? Can we please work with National Landscapes to find a safe solution? There may once have even been a stone path that has simply eroded over the years. So if highways could simply clear back the overgrowth and restone the path, it may be sufficient to keep visitors and locals safe from the dangerous situation. We haven't even erected a sign to warn drivers of pedestrians in the road, something that I have been requesting since 2023. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Councillor Maybe.
Diolch, Councillor Bryn. Yeah, I know you've highlighted this issue before, so I'm comfortably aware of it. Uncomfortably, did I say comfortably? I meant I'm uncomfortably aware of it. Sorry, I'm tired. Yeah, so I've spoken with Highways and the Countryside team again about this. They are trying to find and implement some sort of a solution. They're looking at both interim and long-term improvements. The corridor is quite constrained and unlikely to be wide enough for a fully compliant footway. I think we've had this discussion before, but one possible solution would be a narrower metalled surface, you know, in other words, a tarmac one, as a way to make it a little bit better than that existing muddy verge, and that would improve pedestrian safety and accessibility, particularly during periods of wet weather. Obviously, we've got to find the funding to do that. We've got to work out whether it's really feasible. In the short term, additional signage is being installed to alert motorists to the presence of pedestrians in the carriageway. I think we all know how difficult it is managing the behaviour of drivers, and this is a constant theme that we're dealing with everywhere. But we do what we can to say, look, this is where people will be walking, please be careful. Vegetation management also needs to be prioritised for that bit so that people don't have to step out into the road, and to maximise the available verge width and the visibility. And the only other thing that was mentioned to me, that there is an alternative route via Duffield Lane and Wisham Lane, which provides a restricted byway into Wisham, but it's not a direct riverside route, and it may not be suitable for all users. Thank you.
Thank you. For a supplementary?
Yeah, can I just come back on that? There's a saying, isn't there, that don't let perfection be the enemy of progress, and I appreciate that there won't be a fully compliant path here, but anything is better than running down the road. I'd also query that there is not an alternative route. The alternative route is up the Cumming and back down again. This is the only route to walk from Redbrook. To walk from Redbrook to Monmouth.
We do need a question.
Yes, that's fine. Can I have a time frame, please? Especially on the road sign, in fairness to the drivers. They're not expecting pedestrians on this busy 60-mile-an-hour road. As I've been requested since before 2023, can I have a time frame, please, on when that initial road sign will go up? Because that's the very least we should be doing. And then obviously a time frame for works on the path. Dear.
I hear what you say. It's not something that I could promise a time frame, but we'll definitely talk to officers and try and get them to confirm what's possible on that. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Our second question was to be addressed to Councillor Chandler, who's not here, from Councillor Buckler. Councillor Chandler's promised a written response. I'm not sure that gives you scope for a supplementary, but if you do want to say something very quickly, then please do so.
Well, I would like to actually, because the reason I brought it up is because of something a constituent has been dealing with. So I welcome the update and, that the Cabinet member will, tell us how he feels the progress is doing. But I do want to say something, so with your leeway, I'd like to. Won't be long, I promise you. Sort of given that there may well be confidence in the decision that's been made, I'd like it explained how Monmouthshire Council deems it acceptable that under the new directive to change domiciliary care providers, existing agencies were given as little as 24 hours in the transitional change of people they were looking after, resulting in the abrupt removal of clients from their care. One such case involved an elderly gentleman who required support 4 times a day, including vital assistance with getting up, using the toilet and going to bed. This resident was left without consistent care for nearly a week, as new arrangements had to be hastily patched into an existing route as clients were lost. This gentleman has the added stress of his care being transferred to a new company in mid-August. And will the council acknowledge the distress and risk this caused, and how can it be ensured that such chaotic transitions do not happen again? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure Councillor Chandler will want to look into that deeply and to check the details behind it. So thank you for that. We'll now move on to question 3 from Councillor Neil to Councillor Callard, please.
Thank you, Chair. In 2024-2025, our Monmouthshire pupils were funded at nearly £600 per pupil below the Wales average, a substantial gap. For the previous year, 23-24, funding was £400 per pupil below the Wales average, making a 2-year total of Monmouthshire pupils being funded at £1,000 below the Wales average. Funding per pupil is determined by each local authority, and in those 2 years, Monmouthshire County Council increased council tax by 14%. Should this large increase in council tax not have ensured our funding per pupil was at least at the Wales average?
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Neil. You'll be aware, especially as your position as Chair of the Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee, of the financial challenges that this authority has faced. And indeed, pupils in Monmouthshire schools have not been funded above the average since 2017. I believe actually your current leader was Cabinet Member for Education before taking on the leadership of the Council subsequent to that. Although I am pleased to say that this year, in this year's budget, with the additional £1 million that we put into schools' budget, which was on top of the full pay awards for both teaching and non-teaching staff, we are able to say that, based on the latest Welsh Government statistics, that we are funding above the Welsh average now, and we are committed to continue to seek further investment in our schools when we're able to. Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. And we heard earlier just how many challenges our schools are facing, and they surely must be our priority. The education of the young people of our county is the key to their future and our future as a county. So we must be concerned when, at a time that Council pushed up council tax by 14%, our schools' funding per pupil was far below the Wales average. It's no surprise then that this week we received the year-end update showing 15 of our schools in deficit. And those schools in deficit total a deficit of £5.8 million. The £4.1 million is simply offset by the schools running surpluses, in total of £1.7 million. However, it's those that are in a deficit position that face the real challenges, and their challenges are not improved by those who are running surpluses. So the total that they are running in deficit is £5.8 million. And it's hardly a surprise that we find that's the situation. It's up 3 million from just a year ago. By funding our schools well below the Wales average for 2 years, the result is obvious. It's created huge deficits being addressed directly by staff reductions.
I'm waiting for a question, Councillor.
I'm just about getting there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your patience. This 4.1 million total is, of course, being carried by Monmouthshire County Council, which we learned also this week has the lowest reserve cover of any council in Wales. Our schools and our pupils deserve the very best, and it starts with having the ambition that our pupils will have the best outcomes in the country. Would the Cabinet please recognise this and prioritise your support for our pupils and our teachers? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. I think, in investing this additional £1 million, we have shown our support towards our schools, and I'm pleased that our funding is now above the Welsh average. I'd also, on your first point about education should be this council's first priority. I think this council carries many priorities, which are of obvious importance to various sections of our society. Education is one of the most important, you're right, but it's not the only priority we carry. And so, obviously, our responsibility is to balance those priorities, especially regarding our statutory duties and in the context of the pressure that we're finding in social care at the moment. We're working with our schools to address the deficit balances which they carry. I think we've had good and open conversations, and I guess I refer you to some of the questions that a Chief Officer for Children and Young People responded to earlier in terms of the work that's going on there and the way that we are, I guess, trying to address the structural deficit in a long-term way which is managed to give the schools the best chance of controlling their budgets in a way that doesn't cause unnecessary, I guess, negative effects to children's education.
Thank you, Councillor. Move on then to question 4 from Councillor Brown. I would point out we have discussed this matter quite extensively this afternoon, so I would appreciate if we could avoid rerunning the debate.
Yes, can I read out the question for the benefit of anybody watching the meeting, Chair? From myself to County Councillor All Right, Cabinet Member for Education, how many primary and secondary school children who live in Monmouthshire County Council area will lose their free school bus this September 2025 based on both the change to statutory distances and having an initial route assessment of an available walking route to school, and when were parents informed?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. It has been interesting listening to people's discussion of home-to-school transport in the Chamber already today. So changes to distance eligibility will result in 51 primary and 64 secondary learners losing entitlement to free home-to-school transport. A further 3 learners lost entitlement to transport as their route has now been assessed as safe. As you will be aware, ward members and parents or guardians of learners impacted by the changes were contacted on the 18th of June with a copy of the walking route assessment.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, can you also provide information on wards and schools impacted? Thank you.
I certainly can, Councillor, but it would be a long data table to read out in the Chamber, but I'm happy to send you a copy if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, still with Councillor Brown then for question 5 to Councillor Angela Sandals.
How will the Cabinet Member ensure that key decisions which are significant in terms of its effects on the well-being of individuals living or working in the Council area are published and made available to members on the Council website to allow for call-in in accordance with paragraph 24 of the Council's Constitution?
Diolch, Councillor Brown. The Council's Constitution requires that where a Chief Officer makes a key decision within the definition set out in paragraph 24.2.3 of the Constitution, that the decision is posted on the Council's website within 2 clear days of the decision being made and cannot be implemented for a further 5 clear days in order to allow members to call in that decision if they wish to. It isn't a matter of choice for a Chief Officer or a Cabinet Cabinet member as to whether a key decision is published. Instead, it's a constitutional requirement since the adoption of the new rules at April's Council. Therefore, where a chief officer makes a key decision, the Constitution requires that the decision will be published for all members to see and call in if they choose. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't actually managed to see any key decisions published, and there must be some. So do you know when this will be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll take one more question, then we'll have a very short break. So again, it's with you, Councillor Brown.
Yes, sorry, I've asked a supplementary. Yeah, you must have missed it. Shall I say it again? Yeah.
I did hear it, but I didn't like to interrupt.
Sorry.
The chair was on a mission then.
Right, okay. So
can I get back to you on that, please, Councillor Brown?
You've asked your supplementary, yeah?
Yeah, it was just basically the question was, you know, there have been key decisions, but I haven't seen any published yet. And when is it likely to be implemented? Thank you.
And I don't know the answer, I'm afraid, and I will get back to you very shortly, I'm sure. Thanks, Councillor Brown.
Thank you.
Right, sorry there, I jumped the gun there. Okay, we will take one more question, and then we will have a very short break. Sorry, your third question, Councillor Brown.
I think isn't it Councillor Paul Pavia next?
Sorry, we're doing better than I thought.
Oh, sorry, no, it isn't, yeah.
Yep,
Sorry, I think there was a bit of a change in the order of the questions.
Oh, right. Yeah, my order might be slightly different from yours. So, with your permission, this is. So we did question 5, yeah, and now we're question 6, right? So it is yours, Councillor Brown. Yeah.
Right, sorry, I'm just trying to find it. It was on a supplementary here, wasn't it? It was to do with the Council Forward Work Programme.
Councillor Brown, it was added as a supplementary item, and it was on the main pack then as 7.6.
Right, okay. Could you actually read it out, please? Thanks. Because I'm looking from the other one. Oh, yeah.
Should I read it out? Okay, so
thank you.
It reads, from Councillor Brown to Councillor Sandals again, how will the Cabinet member ensure that the Council Forward Planner lists items go into Cabinet in sufficient time to allow scrutiny committees / members to ask for a scrutiny report prior to them going to Cabinet or full Council?
Thank you again, Diolch, Councillor Brown. There are various mechanisms that as a Cabinet we put in place to ensure that we're aware of upcoming decisions and that they're included on the forward work plan at the earliest opportunity. To help support scrutiny members, we are currently reviewing the content of the forward planner so that it's clearer whether an item included on the forward work programme is scheduled to be heard at a scrutiny meeting or not. The changes will also provide a fuller time frame that this decision will follow as it goes through the various stages of the governance process. By including this information on the planner, members will be able to identify if a decision is tabled for scrutiny or not, and for them to consider, in conjunction with the scrutiny manager and relevant scrutiny chair, whether there's scope to add it to the agenda for the relevant scrutiny committee. I hope that's clear.
Right, and you do get your supplementary here, Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you. And do you know when this will be implemented? Because obviously there were concerns raised at the last call-in. Thank you.
I believe it's imminent. There's a lot of work going on now in the background. You will know that Democratic Services are obviously pulling together a much more detailed back office, so to speak, for all councillors. I don't know if you've had a chance to have a look at it yet, but it's really interesting and comprehensive, and I'm sure it'll be imminent, really. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Right, I apologise for the confusion there. The order of questions on my agenda is a bit different. As I say, all the notes were there, but just in the wrong order. So we will take, actually we have 10 minutes before I lose the plot altogether, and then we'll be back at 5 to 6, 5 o'clock up there. Right, thank you. Come on, Maureen.
She can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I was very restrained there, Councillor. It's not inexhaustible, but. Councillor Brock, would you like to take a seat?
What's going on?
Right, so on my list of questions, it's 7.7. That's Councillor Pavia, yep, to Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Chair. Could the Cabinet member please provide an update regarding the progress of both the traffic regulation order and the road resurfacing works for High Street, Chepstow?
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Councillor Pavia. The resurfacing of the High Street is scheduled for the autumn. I wish I could give you a precise date, but I know it's for the autumn. The traffic regulation order will run concurrently, and we would expect to have set up the new traffic regulation order in line with the programme with double yellow lines being in place in October/November. Apparently it's quite complicated because you can't have the signs saying no parking and double yellow lines at the same time, I understand. So you have to revoke one of the traffic orders to introduce the other one. So don't ask me to justify that, but that's what's been explained to me. So this is all in programme. It's all happening in this autumn, but I can't give a more precise date than that. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, and also just to say, we are starting to recruit additional civil enforcement officers to ensure compliance of no parking zones, because this is such an issue across the county. Thank you.
Okay. No supplementary, Chair. Thanks for the update from the Cabinet member. Really good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the next question, please, from Councillor Lisa Dimmock to Councillor Laura Wright.
Thank you, Chair. As we know, active travel routes have a potential to be truly transformative for communities and the environment. But I raise a question following a recent incident where my resident, Mrs. Penny, was knocked to the ground by a cyclist on the Portskewer active travel route. And this has understandably raised questions in the community about the safety of shared spaces of walking and cycling, and whether enough is being done to protect both pedestrians and cyclists. So in light of that incident, where my resident was actually knocked to the ground, will measures such as improved signage or lane markings to provide designated walking and cycling zones be considered to prevent further accidents?
If I may, Chair, I think that was the question.
Yeah, sorry.
For me.
Yeah.
So I'll give an answer if I may.
Sorry, it's your empire is expanding rapidly.
Yeah, I think you're ahead of yourself. It's fine. So
it does actually say Laura Wright on the agenda, but
So thank you for the question. That sounds like a really nasty accident, and I hope your resident has recovered. Really, whether to or not to put markings on shared use paths to attempt to separate cyclists and pedestrians, I am told is one of the most thorny issues in the design of active travel routes. The current design thinking, based on research, is that it doesn't reduce the potential for incidents, but can in fact increase conflict and encourage cyclists to assume a priority that they don't have. In terms of the hierarchy of road users, it's the responsibility of the cyclists to keep out of the way of the pedestrians. But I'm also conscious that the Greenway and any other paths, such as the new route in Monmouth, are used by couples and by families groups of friends who naturally want to walk together, often with children in buggies, on scooters and on little bikes. And what I've discussed with officers is the need to remind the users of shared paths to share with care. And I do agree that we do need signage to that effect on routes, and that's something that's been worked on. it's a matter of cyclists being aware that pedestrians may or may not hear them or see them coming, particularly, well, anybody can be hard of hearing at any age, and to cycle courteously, which is also part of our cycle training for young people in schools, to be aware of those around them. But we can only train and advise, can't we? Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary?
No, that's brilliant, and I hope to see the new signage all in good time. So thank you, Councillor Birch. Shall I ask my first question now, Chair?
Yeah, that's what happened there. The numbering is askew. So you asked your second question before your first one and confused everybody. Here we go, then. First
Sorry,
question
it's been a long day.
Councillor Dimmock to Councillor Wright.
I know many families, governors, obviously staff within the school at Archbishop Rowan School, which is what ARW stands for. Councillor Martin Newell, who asked the question. Sorry, I've been here so long, it's just ARW to me. It's a local primary school within Portskewett.
Can I offer help? It's Archbishop Rowan Williams.
Williams School, yeah, sorry. They're eagerly waiting clarity on the promised funding, especially given the pressures on space and rising pupil numbers. The expansion is seen not only as a building project, but a vital investment in the future of the school. So could the Cabinet member please provide me an update on the funding promised to the school for their planned expansion?
Of course, Councillor Dimmock. So I am pleased to be able to confirm that we have recently invoiced the developer for some of the Section 106 money, as the relevant number of houses are now either sold or occupied. However, the amount isn't immediately sufficient to develop the classroom extension that is envisioned as being needed. When the remaining funds are received from the developer, it will become feasible to undertake the work. The time frame for this year, is as yet undefined. It will be dependent on how quickly the houses can be built and sold. This approach is usual in these circumstances, so I appreciate it's probably frustrating. But we do remain entirely committed to developing and the expansion at Archbishop Rowan Williams Church in Wales Primary School. Full title there.
Okay, was there a supplementary? Sorry, go on.
No, thank you, Councillor Wright.
Right, thank you. Right, move on to now Councillor John, who's disappeared from the chamber and miraculously appeared in record time online. So up to you, Councillor John.
Thank you very much. I obeyed all the traffic laws, you'll be pleased to know, on the way here. Given further consideration to the Conservative Group's proposal that the Council should rule out introducing a tourism tax in Monmouthshire.
Thank you for the question, Councillor John. By tourism tax, I presume you are referring to the visitor levy as introduced in the Visitor Accommodation Register and Levy, etc. Wales Bill, passed in the last few days. So our position remains unchanged. We have no immediate plans to introduce a visitor levy in Monmouthshire. We're currently working with the tourism sector and our towns to develop an ambitious destination management plan. We'll then work closely with local tourism providers to fully understand the advantages and disadvantages and understand whether a visitor levy is right for Monmouthshire and how the money raised could improve our county's welcome for visitors. I'd say that the same legislation which has given councils the option to introduce a visitor levy has also introduced a registration scheme for visitor accommodation, which is welcome. And I look forward to further details of the licensing scheme for visitor accommodation, which is planned.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yeah, well, that's disappointing to hear, because the downside to a tourism tax is really quite evident, particularly in a border county like Monmouthshire, where families have a choice. If they want to have a holiday in the Wye Valley, they could visit Gloucestershire, or they could come to Monmouthshire, where if you introduce a tourism tax, the average family of four is going to have £40 added to a week's holiday. It would do enormous damage to our tourism industry. So I think as a council, we really ought to be ruling that out. Can you give us the timescale for that work you just outlined, please?
Thank Thank you. I think the downsides of it are very evident. The advantages of it are also obvious too. And I'm sure that there are downsides and upsides to the proposal that would come out in further discussion and consultation. The timescale for the destination management plan is that it will be coming through scrutiny into Cabinet in the autumn. Then from there we hope to strengthen the tourism Monmouthshire Tourism Partnership and discuss how any discussion may take place. But we have no intentions of even getting to the point of consulting on a visitor levy within this administration.
Thank you. We seem to have drifted into the next question, but if you'd like to ask it anyway, Councillor John, again to Councillor Birch.
Thank you. What steps is the council taking to promote Monmouthshire as a tourist destination?
Thank you, Councillor John. That's a very big question, so I hope the Chair will give me a little leeway. We have a small team, a very expert team, working directly on tourism. I am always impressed by the breadth of their knowledge and the breadth of their work. So the Visit Monmouthshire marketing plan targets what they call independent explorers within a 2 to 3 hour drive time along the M4, M5 corridors. And there is a programme of marketing through digital channels, content creation, asset libraries and business and visitor databases. There is collaboration on the Southern Wales Regional Marketing Campaign, promoting the area to UK and international group travel and travel trade audiences. MCC provides responsive visitor information services, including handling inquiries via email and social media, the tourism signage, and the team also advise on planning applications. And they keep reports on key management indicators, including bedstock and occupancy data, which informs strategic planning and development, and provide tailored marketing and business development advice to tourism businesses, both individually and through group sessions, and represent Monmouthshire's interests at regional and national forums to influence policy and funding decisions. However, that's just the work that is undertaken by that tourism team. The real work on tourism, I think, is done across the authority, because all the things that we do that make life better for residents also make Monmouthshire more attractive and a better experience for tourists, particularly, I suppose, within the portfolio branded as Mon Life. But if you're thinking about the support that is given to events, the Rights of Way network, our attractions and heritage assets, I could go on in terms of our transport planning when we're talking about transport, as we heard earlier in the Chepstow Loughbid. We're talking about improving the experience for visitors as well as for residents. So really, in everything that we do across the authority, we should be and are thinking tourism as well as thinking residents. And through the destination management plan, I think we can really elaborate on that. And in terms of how we work in partnership as well, because the visitor welcome is also very much through local businesses, through our town councils, and through the partnerships that we have within the county.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really helpful and constructive answer. I mean, one thing that the council could certainly do to help the Monmouthshire tourism industry is lobby the Welsh Government to get rid of the 182-night rule for self-catering operators. It's doing enormous damage to the tourism economy across Wales. and given the pressure it's putting on the sector, it would be far better to have a more realistic threshold that could be, say, half that. I think it would be really helpful if the council could add its weight to the tourism sector campaigning against that threshold to support our businesses in Monmouthshire.
Right, I didn't actually spot a question there, so...
And is the council prepared to help do that, please?
I think we have entered into discussions, and I think that is one of the things in a rural manifesto which is being developed, but there is a balance to be struck here. I think people have heard me say that I'm very keen to have all the hotels in the county full of visitors and all the homes in the county full of permanent residents. And we have seen the potential for a growth in more properties be going on to Airbnb and fewer into private lets, which are very badly needed. So there is a balance to be struck, and I think we have to support Welsh Government in striking that balance.
Right, thank you. We'll move on now to Councillor Lucas. Thank you for your patience. Question to Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. What steps would the council take to protect the 12 bat species, including the rare endangered bats, recently identified in the Dixon Bat Project, a citizen science initiative verified by qualified ecologists? So what can we do to support that, please?
I wonder, Chair, if you and Councillor Maybe would accept that I attempt to answer the question.
Yep, that seems to be acceptable.
Okay. And I thank Councillor Lucas for a very important question, and I commend the residents of Monmouth who are using their time and effort to undertake the survey of the presence of bat species. Although the consultation on the replacement local development plan ended last year, we have chosen to continue to receive and consider the survey information provided by residents. Our response to that information will be shared with all council members in the response to consultation, which will be published in September, published in good time for consideration by the Scrutiny Committee and full council. If the council agrees to forward the deposit plan to Welsh Government, the public examination will receive and consider the evidence submitted by our residents. So I'm offering reassurance that this information is welcomed and will be fully considered both by ourselves, by our planning team, by council, and potentially by the inspector. We are fortunate in Monmouthshire to have a rich diversity of species in our landscapes. It is not uncommon in Monmouthshire for there to be a significant number of bat species in any one location. What may be rare across the United Kingdom might on occasion be common in the special circumstances of Monmouthshire. There is a responsibility on our planning process and a responsibility on all of us as councillors to ensure that any development sustains and enhances our rich and extensive biodiversity. In responding to our consultation, I will only recommend development that I believe achieves this objective. My recommendations will need to be thoroughly tested, and I look forward to extensive scrutiny and public debate during September and October.
Thank you. Supplementary, Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Cabinet member for that information. So in particular, we are talking, as I'm sure he's gathered, about the hedgerow that runs along the proposed site for 270 houses. So for that reason alone, there are 12 species of bats, which makes it very unusual, if not exceptional. So it would be really good to hear that they are taking this seriously, and I thank him for that. And we will continue to monitor. We've got 3 monitors working, and we will continue to monitor that information and continue to give you all the information that comes from that. So I look forward to hearing from him further as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I didn't spot a question, so I assume
I don't think there is one. I think it's.
we don't need a room, right? Thank you, Councillor.
Information.
Right.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our last question then. This is Councillor John again, and this one will be answered by Councillor Callard, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think on reflection, we did give this issue a fairly thorough airing earlier on in the meeting, so I'm content to withdraw the question.
I'm sure that's welcome news to many people, if not everybody. So thank you, Councillor John, for that. So that's caught me on the hop because I now need to move on to the next item, which is item 8, and this is all going to be very brief, I would think. So again, we have to move to exclude press and public from the meeting during the consideration of the next item of business on the grounds that it's likely to involve disclosure of exempt information, in particular names of individuals. So, second? You just need a seconder. Have a seconder? Yeah, Councillor Murphy, and I see no dissent. You almost dissented by accident, Councillor Jones. No. Okay, I see no dissent, so take that as moved, as passed. Right. So,